What's up, Gaza? How we doing? Just trying to get some stuff together here in the background. Get over levels here in just a minute, team. I'll put the countdown on up here in just a minute for you guys. Get the countdown rocking and rolling. Got some new spikes up today again, just like we have recently. SXTP, IOTR, HCTI, PSQH. Pretty nice movers so far this morning. Going to keep my eye on CRVS2 as well. This is going to be your top mover that could really squeeze today. Or this could be your top mover. Again, where's the mob going to be at? We do have old resistance, new support right there, right around 5. That tried to hold up 505, and we got some small bounces off of it. Now coming back down. I like the 420 to 405 area for a dip buy. And I just talked about this on the TTP what's hot for the day. 635 bounce play area, and it's actually happening right on the dot. I wish I would have had my order out a little bit sooner there for IOTR. Beautiful bounce right at the 635 mark. It's been running for a long time this morning. A lot of these plays have been running for a long time this morning. So that's what I'm kind of going over to PSQH, thinking that this could steal the mob, being it's the newest runner. So areas to bounce, 640. Type those into chat. $640 support, then 6. SXTP, watch for 4.5 and 4.15 area bounce. PSQH 140 area bounce. CRVS, watch this over 24. Will get fun. What's up? Aussie Chick, Broseph, how we doing? I'll put the countdown on for you guys. I'll be back here in just a couple of minutes and get ready to rock and roll for levels. So I'll see you guys in just a few minutes here for some stock trading levels. How we doing? Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Here we go. Another day of penny stock madness. All right, let's get into it. Top stocks to watch so far today are SXTP, IOTR, PSQH. At the moment, these are your new movers that are up today. HCTI we'll take a look at as well. And CRVS is still on this high watch, in my opinion, for the Squeezerama. Over yesterday's high of day, we hit right at 24. That's a lot of after hours and pre-market resistance. This play has Squeezerama written all over it. There's your 140 dip buy if you took it. All right, let's get into some levels here and what we're trading for the day. All right, how we doing here? Small cap sector, still rocking and rolling. Got new tickers up today, SXTP, PSQH, IOTR. CRVS is on super duper high watch, squeeze over 24. Those are my top 4 tickers. I got some other ones on watch. GLSI, HCTI, roller on watch yet again. It kind of popped up in from yesterday. And, it's up today is my point. Not that it's great. Who is going to steal the mob, though? That's right now, I would say SXTP or PSQH if I had to take a guess. Let's just straight into CRVS. CRVS over 24. High watch. If I'm not mistaken, this is that ticker, too, that we've got to go super far back in time to try to find levels. So over 24, where does she run to? And I think this is all-time high, if I'm not mistaken. I have to keep going back here, maybe go further back into time. Do you remember? All right, over 24. Where can she? That is all-time high. Yeah, so over 24 is all-time high here. This play could get to rocking and rolling over 24. Use your, what I always talk about. 25 would maybe see some resistance over that. Again, since it's at all-time high, it could run straight to 27.50, 28.75, roll 30, 32.50, 33.50, 35. Now back down below if you're looking for a bounce play. To me, the best bounce play... Ooh, where is the best bounce play on CRVS? Is it going to come off of Tuesday's high of day in 22? There was some resistance and touches there yesterday. That would be your first thought. 22. Under that, watch for a dip buy down to around 21.50. Under 21.50 area, watch for a crack back down to 20.50. And under 20.50, yesterday's low of day of 19.50. Let's see. It is okay. SXTP. All right, let's go through the top gainers board now. SXTP is your top gainer. Trying to hold old resistance, new support right around 5 into the 490s. Under that, watch for a crack to 455. Under 455, I like the 415 to 420 bounce area. If it cracks that, it's going to move down into around the 350 mark. Now, over 640, 650, pre-market high area. This play is at 52-week low, so there's really not a lot of charting to hold this play down. That's why a lot of these plays have been able to take off and run because of the reverse split stocks we're looking at. Watch for a move into 730. Over 730, this runs into around the 760 mark, close to 8. Over 8, watch for move to 875. Over that, then we run to 10 for SXTP. SXTP, beautiful bounce off that 490 area. It again has the 200-day moving average up around the mid-6s. On top of that, we've got history at 650. Nasty wick up there as well. It probably stays closed in 640, I would imagine, until the opening bell. We'll see, though. IOTR, next runner-up for the day here, bounced off old support area right around 645 to 635. Under that, watch for a crack back down to around 590 to 6. That's your next bounce opportunity. If it cracks that, it probably just fades off for the day. We are in a downtrend right now. I'd watch for a break back over right around the 820 mark for the move up. Over 820, we run to 9. Over 9, we have that upper shadow resistance at 985. Over 985, yet another play down here just sitting with no resistance to hold it down. Over 985, which we do have some past short history resistance there, right into 10. Over 10, this play could really run. This play could really get to ripping over 10. Watch over 10 for a move up to... Wow. Oh, wow. Over 10. Watch for a move up to 11. To 1150. And over that, this play could then rip to 1250 to 13. So IOTR, yet another play that really doesn't have a lot of resistance to hold this play down. Now, it is got that double toppy-ish kind of look at 9 plus. But, again, if this play can get ripping and roaring, there's really not a lot to hold it down. As far as I'm concerned, like what I like to trade, there's really no... I did like IOTR, and I missed this trade right here. This would have been a good $1 or close to at least 60, 70 cent, move for us right there. I like this area. Other than that, there's really not a good bounce play out there right now to be had. Right now, I'm like, SXTP, do we go back at this 485 mark to get a bounce 490? It's got it just doesn't have a good... like a perfect chart setup for me, in my opinion. I'm not, like, in love with what I'm seeing. Now, it's not bad if you would have taken the first dip buy on it. We can see the old resistance, flat plat, came down, gave you a small bounce, came down, giving you a bigger bounce now. Like, really right now, if you think about it, 490 up to around 5, almost $1 bounce. I would imagine 490 does get hit again. But I'm not in love with it, and I want to, me, I want to be in love with the play. It's not like, yeah, okay, let's just see, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. If not, then we'll go to 420. So the bounce plays for sure, 485. Watch for a small one back up to say the 420 or 520 to 540 area. I like the 420-ish area bounce down to 4 because then you can run it back up to 460 and even possibly 485. So just sit back and wait right now. I mean, again, I should say. But if you do want to take a bounce, 485 would be your next opportunity. With the risk down to around 460 right here. Over to PSQH, it is cracking back on down. Had 140 resistance, then support. Nice little bounce off of that 140 back up to 150s. Now cracking back on down. Really trapped in the upper and lower VWAP band this play is right now. A lot of the plays are, honestly. SXTP is the only one that's not really trapped. It's got 130 support, below that down at 120. Under 120, watch for a crack down to 110. And on the way up, it pretty much has 10 cent resistance areas almost. 140, over that at 155, and then over that at right around 165, 170 area. Now, if we do get over 170, pre-market high, watch for a spike up to 185 to 190. Over that, we go to around 210. Over 210, watch for the move to 230 into 235 for PSQH. What else we got for the day here? I think that's it. Yep, HCTI's next. HCTI's next. It may start to fall off. This has to hold 65 cents. There's two nasty wicks down at 65 cents in the 1 minute time frame. If it cracks that, watch for move back down to around 55 cents. Now on the way back on up, Strong resistance showing up at 75 into 80, which typically happens in these sub $1 plays. Over that, watch for a move to 1. Could be a great double top potential at that $1 mark. Now, if we do get over $1 for HCTI, I have past chart history lines in at 135 and then again at 145. So I doubt it gets higher than that today. Now, over 1, watch for a pop to 110 to 115. We typically see resistance there as we pop over 1. When did I put these lines in for HCTI? May the 3rd of 2024. Come here. Pete, come here. Come here. Come on, go lay down. Go lay down. Go lay down. Go on your bed. Go lay down. Who you want to lay with? You want to lay with Merlin? Come here. Come over here. Lay right there. I'll put a cover on you. What do you want? What do you want, big boy? What do you want? Mm-hmm. Sweet boy. Come here. Go lay down. Go lay down somewhere. I gotta work. Go lay down. Come here. You want to lay with Merlin? Okay. Merlin, fine. You're fine, Merlin. Merlin, chill. Show Merlin. He wants to lay with you. Got the kiddos. A couple of other plays to keep your eye on today for possible spikes. GLSI back over 29.50 would be key. Over 29.50, watch for a spike up to 30.85, and over that, then we spike up to 32.50 area, and over that, then to 34. Over 34, then we start really having some fun, most likely. Now down below, I wouldn't take any dip buys. We're too far down below, already 2 tiers below the VWAP. Also, roller could be on watch today, back under 950 for the short down to around 875. Under that, it cracked down a little bit more possibly. If it breaks out, watch for move back over 1075. Over 1075, we move up to 1135. Over that, we really start to spike up nicely up to 1220 to 1235 and really can get going from there. So keep those plays on watch as well. Roller, I like that one. Under 9.5, watch for short. All right. There goes HCTI. God, HCTI just getting demolished right now. What happened to yesterday's play, Pavum? What did we do there? Oh, man, wow, yeah. Got a bouncing after hours at 11 all the way back up to 1480. And there's no reason to mention probably any other small cap tickers, although keep other random movers that we've seen over the past couple of weeks maybe pop up out of nowhere. There's some other tickers that are working their way up the top gainer board, but they're not really doing too great. CMCT's one actually I'll take a look at real quickly in just a minute. But NITO, NITO, GLSI, Roller, CORT Court. There's a couple others out there, but Pavum, remember yesterday's crazy run or PAVM, gave back so much. Nothing there today from it. What is this one? CMCT. Alright. CMCT, gotcha. CMCT came out with news an hour ago and is just now popping and squeezing. Probably a chat room pump just ran into $5. Over $5 for CMCT. We have seen this play pop up. It was back in November when we were looking at it, and a little bit in the 1st of December, if I'm not mistaken. So on the way up today, we do have strong resistance right there at 495 into 5. Over that, watch for a spike up to 540-ish area. Over 540, we go to 6. Over 6, watch for a move up to 665. And over that, we run to 720s area. Over 720s, watch for a spike to 765. Over that, we run to 8. I think those will be good enough levels there so far for CMCT. It usually won't run bigger than that. 8 to around maybe 850 would be your tops, I'd bet, in my opinion, even if we got that far for CMCT. Bounce play back down below potential at 445 support, and below that at 390 for CMCT. And there we go. That would be your main movers. I'm going to get rid of HCTI. That's out of here. I'm going to put CMCT on watch. Let's go to large caps. Let's go to large caps. Hey, hey. Spy Apple. Come on. AMD. Baba. B. Goog. Meta. NVDA. Come on, NVDA. What are we doing here? PLTR. QQQ. Tesla. Good boy, Petey. All right, cool. Let's get into it. All right, over to large cap play SPY. Oh my gosh, that's what I had a feeling. We'd come down to those 670s area, something like that, and boom, we're right. And look at yesterday. I mean, up, way down, way up. You know, Trump with that tweet in the afternoon about the tariffs. It just was. And then what's crazy, I've got a line in off of a high of day of Tuesday. We failed at it right on the dot pretty much yesterday to start the day. It came reversing all the way back down. When we flew through it and spiked up to 688.75, the 875 rule coming into play. Came right back down and bounced right on that line at 84.60. This is what I mean by put your lines in and trade them. You could have, A, shorted the SPY at yesterday's high of, or at, I should say at Tuesday's high of day, which was originally the high of day yesterday. That went from 684.50, 685 area, all the way back down to 678. That's a $7 reversal. Then the bounce play. So then you could take then the bounce play back off of that mark. It went from 684.60, and now we're up to 690 this morning. Big moves. This is why I say put your lines in and trade them. We're talking 10 plus points off 2 plays. That's all you need to do. Trade twice, you bank that much. Over 690, which is last Friday's low of day, or high, low of day. Watch for a spike into last Thursday's low of day. Major support in after hours on Friday at 691.20. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day then goes to 691.75. Over 691.75. 691.80 area. Ooh. We're up so much. All right, normal high of day, I like it at 691.30. Ultimate high of day, 691.80. And over that, we go to 693.25. 693.25, ultimate high of day. On the way down, support is actually yesterday's high of day. We're bouncing off of it this morning in the pre-market right around 88.75. Under 688.75. That dip buy we had, watch for a move down to 687.75. Under 687.75, watch for a move down to the low from last Wednesday at 686.20. That is your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes back to that line I talked about, 684.50 area, ultimate low of day. Good girl, Riri. Apple starting to get that nasty chop back to it. I will give some levels, though, for it for the day. I would say, actually, I'll go down first. I like it. Levels are a little bit easier to see on the downside. Under 48.85, so essentially the 875 rule. Watch for a move down to 48, 248 area. Under 248, we go down to 247.65. Under 247.65, we go to 247. 247 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes to 246.35. Then heading down to yesterday's low of day right around 245. Ultimate low of day there. On the way up, boy oh boy, this is where it kind of gets a little hectic here. We have failing at 250. Then we have a nasty upper shadow in pre-market at 250.50. Over that, watch for a spike up to 251.60. Yesterday's high of day is normal high of day. Over 251.60, watch for a spike up to 252.70 for your ultimate high. Over to AMD, nice big squeeze. We talked about this yesterday, looking like it was going to pop at the bell, and she sure did. On the way down today, under 252. Pre-market low right here at 251.75, 251. We'll call it 251.50 because that is truly pre-market low. And like if you go right all the way back into very early on, like right at the top of the day, right when the day started, right when we opened up. We also have a reversal there at in power hour at 251.50. Under 251.50, watch for the crack down to 248.30. I'm going to go 248.30 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes all the way down to 244.30, which is your big support bounce play during lunch and heading into the afternoon of yesterday. On the way up today, strong resistance comes in, and I would just go straight to the top. After hours highs, pre-market highs, right around 256. I know we have an upper shadow at 256.40, so keep that in mind for candlestick confirmation for the breakout. But 256.40 after hours high, pre-market high, or pre-market and after hours high, 256 I'll call it. Normal high of day. Over 256, watch for move to 258.75. Baba big squeeze this morning early on. Had some PR earlier, of course. Alibaba planning IPO of T-Head chip making. All right, so we got some news this morning. Nice to see this like little pop. But this is what happens with Baba. Baba makes these big moves in pre-market and after hours and really doesn't do a lot in market. But I still will give levels. On the way down today, we have 174.60 support. Under 174.60, watch for a crack down to 173.25, the high from last Thursday, a week ago. That's your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day under that, watch for a move down to 172.30. And under 172.30, 172.30. Under 172.30, 40 area, watch for a crack down to last Tuesday's high of day of 170.75. On the way up, watch for a push through 176 to go to 176.75. Over 176.75, you go to 177.85 in pre-market high. That's your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes to 178.75. B, wow, ugly. I'm telling you, unless B gets over 156 and watch for that next leg up, this thing is absolutely hideous of a day trade. In my opinion, it is absolutely, I don't know how you day trade it. Over 156, watch for the squeeze up. That's your one play to look for B. CMCT, definitely taking the mob. Watch for CMCT team. CMCT did pop up here. CMCT, I'm going to get rid of ILTR, put CMCT here. CMCT, I'm high. Watch for another dip buy opportunity for you guys right around the 455 mark, ended down around the 445 mark. So watch for another dip buy there on CMCT. All right, let's keep running through these tickers here, team. Go over to Google now. Google on the way up today. Double top resistance so far. It's 335.50 area, over 335.45, 50 area. Watch for a spike up to 336.80, over 336.80, which is the high from last Wednesday after our pre-market high on Friday. Watch for a move up to 338.75, the high and open from last Thursday. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day goes back to last Tuesday's high at 341 area. On the way down today, watch for a crackback under 335 or 333.50. Under 333.50, watch for the move down to 332.50. Under 332.50, 60 area, watch for a move down to around 331.80, the low from last Thursday. In case it's a tight day, I'm going to go 331.80 normal. Low of day into 331. There's a lower shadow on Wednesday at 331, like 10. The low of that day. It's 331, like 15. So somewhere in between the low from 331.83, 330. Yeah, so 331.80 to 331.30, I'll call it normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then cracks back down to pre-market open and low at 328.75. Meta big squeeze up this morning too as well. I don't see anything besides. I don't see anything. Let's see. Jeffries reiterates buy it. So nothing news PR wise that I'm seeing here at least this morning for the squeeze up. Just AI pops here, which is nice. 617.50 all the way up to and on the dot I have a line in at 630.65. Go check where pre-market high is. Boy, if you could just see how gorgeous this line is working out to the dot. So 630 is going to be strong resistance at 630.65. I won't say that's normal high of day. I'll say we somehow can squeeze still over that. Watch for a pop over that to 636. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day goes up to 640. On the way down today, 625 is going to be some support. Under 625, watch for a move down to 624. Under 624, which will be your normal low of day, watch for a move down to 621.30 to 621 for your ultimate low of day. NVDA, ugly. The only thing I like on NVDA, because it's failed right at it, pre-market high, yesterday's high of day. Over 185.40, watch for that next leg up, for the move up to 186, and then over that to 186.65. You'll use those levels. Now, if you get over 186.65, you're going to be in heaven, and it pops into the mid-187s. But it's got to get over yesterday's high and pre-market high. That's what I like most. Other thing I do like on NVDA would be a dip buy off of 183.35. So watch a bounce play there at 183.35, or also watch for the crack of it for a good short. PLTR, yak, yickety, yakety. It pretty much did what SPY did yesterday. Crazy sell-off and then crazy pop back on up. Had a big day yesterday. It's still, in my opinion, just trapped in kind of a choppier area. To me, the big breakout's going to be over 170. Over 170, watch for a move up to, and I have a line in. I don't know, does it really work out, though, this line right here? And it's not really. So I'm going to get rid of 170.85. I would say watch for a move over 170 for a move to the high of day from Tuesday at 170, 185 to 172. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day over 172. Watch for a move up to 173.25. Maybe a little higher for your ultimate high of day. On the way back on down, it's going to have support at 168. We'll call it 167.70. Under 167.70, watch for the crack back down to 166. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 165. CRVS looks like it wants to, or SXTP looks like it wants to squeeze any moment here, so keep that on high watch. SXTP looks like it wants to squeeze any minute right here. So watch SXTP on high watch. This is going to be a nice, good squeeze if it does go. Now, again, otherwise, watch for a dip buy back on down if we get a sell-off. But this is getting super duper tight. I'm just keeping my eye on it. I'm just keeping my eye on it there. It looks like it could go any minute now. That's why I like going back over to these plays. I'm like, oh, where we at? Where we at? Over to the Qs here, looking like it wants to pop. Over 22.50. Watch for a pop up to 23.65. Over 23.65, we go to 24.75. Over 24.75. Watch for a pop into Friday's high of day right at the dot at 6.26. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day over 6.26 goes to 6.26.85 to 6.27. Not much difference there between high and ultimate. On the way down, 620.90 support. If we crack that, watch for a move down to yesterday's high of day at 620.20. Now, if we crack 620.20, we're going down to last Friday's low of day, resistance and after hours at 619. I'm going to go 619 normal low of day because it looks like we want to pop. Under 619, watch for the reversal that we had right there at the high of day yesterday. Bounce play in after hours opening pre-market level at 616.50. Ultimate lows there. And lastly, over to Tesla, double top potential breakout, which would be third touch breakout over 438.15. Over 438.15. Watch for a spike up to 439. We'll call it 440. Over 440, watch for move to 440.75. 440.75, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then squeezes up to 441.75. And ultimately getting up to 443.50. 443.50, ultimate high of day. On the way down today, support's going to be right at around 635.20 to 635. And if we crack 635, which is pretty much last Wednesday's low of day, on bounce play here in pre-market after hours high, under 635, watch for a good tug. To opening a pre-market level, I should say, I'm sorry, with the 616, 432.50. Under 432.50, we go down to 430. That reversal right there at the start of the day, 429.70. 429.70, 430, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes down to a line I'll have in at 427.90. Ultimate low of day there. What to trade at the bell? Let's go back in reverse there. I like Tesla for the breakouts. Got that third touch breakout look over 438. Keep working our way back through the list here. Which one else did I like there at the bell for this? Google, that double top look as well. So the third touch breakout over 335.45 area would be nice. B, if and when it can get over 156 today, would be nice. AMD, over 256.40, would be nice. So today I'm seeing breakouts and longs for the high potential plays at the bell. Those are the ones that I would be looking at for more movement. Continuation or the pop. We are getting some movement up today. I would say watch for one more move up. I would be watching for red to green moves as well today. We're up a lot in the large cap sector. Any one of these plays I'm going to, they're finding pre-market lows, and I'm going, whoa, pre-market lows way down there. It does look like we want to pop and go for one more leg up on some of these plays, but do not be surprised and expect a red to green move today. Or a green to red move, green to red move, green to red move. Go green, and then we turn red. For small caps at the bell, we're all over it. It's SXTP. This is getting really tight right now. We're on this uptrend channel for the past hour. Starting right around 8:05 Eastern time is when this uptrend channel started. And we've just been nice squeezing since then up it. We have top uptrend channel resistance right at around the 620 mark. So we are at an uptrend channel. My bottom support's at 540, top resistance at 620. Of course, over 6, 20, 40 area, we blow the top off and we go to rocking and rolling for more. That's the top play, I would say, at the bell. There's your another dip buy, and I just called it on CMCT. CMCT, another dip buy off the 445 area. Beautiful bounce play. CMCT is kind of forming a head and shoulders. It's got to get back above 5 and hold 5 for this play to run. And then, to me, the one that could really, really, really take off today besides SXTP is CRVS. SXTP has been running for quite a while. It's been running for a few hours this morning. I don't think it's going to have too much leggage in market hours. I think it's going to go over to CMCT or CRVS. Anyone get the bounce play? Anyone get the bounce play at 440 area? 450 area? Beautiful bounce play right there. Again, morning alerts going on. Probably should have put some orders in, to be honest. Beautiful bounce play right there yet again. The first bounce play didn't quite come down, but it did give you $1.30. This one did get down into my 440 area, and it's giving you 60, 50, 70 cents. All right, quick little break real quickly for myself. Be back here in just a minute, team. Let's get this show on the road today. CRVS here. CRVS is waking up. CRVS is starting to wake up here, team. Oh boy, I hope you guys made some money there. Yeah, I had a phone call I had to take there at like about 2 minutes for the opening bell, and I was like, oh, do I take it or not? And I was like, I need to get this. Anyway, I had to take the phone call. And whammy. Whoa, hey. Ho, ho, ho. All right, SXTP. Now, we're going to get one bounce play back down here in the 640, 620 area. I would love it. If not, we're just watching for that next leg up for SXTP. Absolutely banger move this morning. Sorry if my mic is super loud. It's doing one of those things where OBS today, I'm having to turn my mic all the way back down again. So there will be a day, and let me know when that day comes, where I'm really low again in volume. You're like, hey, AK, I can't really hear you today. What's going on? I'm like, oh, okay, OBS. That's how it's going to be. That's how it's going to be, okay. This thing just may squeeze all the way on up without his team too as well. So we'll see if this thing can go, and if it does, I literally just watch out. This thing could rock and roll. So watch for the squeeze here. This thing might just go slingshotting up right here. This may be as slow as we get on the dip. I've got orders right now set in around the 640 area down to the 6 area. So somewhere in between 6 and 640, I've got orders filled or orders to get filled. If you're looking to trade CRVS, just look for that next leg up. Look for the breakout. It's probably not going to get a dip buy CRVS. It's most likely going to squeeze and go. Dip buy potential's back at 24. I doubt we're going to see 24 at this point. Yep, T-Web. Old resistance, new support. Let me message Gil real quick. Yeah. Good job, Brosif. Good job, Brosif. All right, I've got orders in again, team. The 630 area all the way down to the 607 area. Like 637, 627, anyway. Let's see if we get filled here. Wouldn't be bad to maybe even start dip buying in right now. You know, hey, this may be as low as it gets somewhere in this area. If you just want to start adding in slowly but surely, I'll see if it gets down to our area. And it may take a while to get down to our area, to be honest. Here comes CRVS down for some mo. CRVS. Got the squeeze at the bell. That had that squeeze of Rooney look. Had that squeeze of Rooney look there at the bell. Roller moved. Okay, so roller is moving a little bit. So we do have roller moving a little bit. Okay, no, never mind. Roller, IOTR, GLS. Okay, everything else is pretty slow. We got the mob from SXTP and CRVS. SXTP and CRVS. Fuck yeah, let's go, bro. Let's go. Hey, we knew it. We knew we were going to go to. That's the key. I mean, we knew what to look for, look at. CMCT getting that 390 bounce. I alerted this earlier. There's a 390 bounce for CMCT working out too as well. Oh, come down a little bit more. Come down a little bit more. Just going to sit back and wait for that to come down a little bit more, team. Do have TTP today. The long day with TTP. TTP. Good bounce play so far today. We got CMCT, right? Got the beautiful first. It didn't quite get down to that area, and then we really did. So a couple good bounce plays there. Formed a head and shoulders, cracked the head and shoulders, came down to the bottom here at this 390 mark. Bounced off of it perfectly, and now we're kind of U-shaping back on around. Beautiful bounce plays on CMCT. We'll go to 1 minute real quick just to look at it. Okay. Get rid of the old uptrend channel. I doubt we'll see the trend line. We'll keep it there, but I'll probably end up putting some orders down here at 590. honestly, team. We'll see how this works itself out. I'll probably start putting orders around this 590 mark. Move our orders down a little bit low. Move my orders maybe down a little bit lower. I was hoping right out of the gate we'd come down and hit right off of that and maybe wick down a little bit. With this is really volatile. This or this kind of go voof right down. Boom, one of those and comes back on up. We're not getting that, so I'm probably going to move my orders down more so into this 590, this breakout area right there. And I was super close, and I should have when I was saying this looks squeezy. Right around through here when I sent that alert out just to go in because it just had squeeze written all over it. Beautiful play right there, though. Absolutely beautiful. Hey, I had orders in CMCT, then canceled them because it looked like it was losing steam. Oh, gotcha. Yep, CRVS, and that might be it for CRVS. I hope not. I was hoping CRVS would give us more of a elongated run today. Not the case. Not the case. Nice, good bounce play. That's right here. That's all what I said. It was in the 670s or so, somewhere in there, 680s, 670s. Like, this might not be a bad idea to start adding into this play right here on SXTP. And then there's your pop back on up. I'm going to still keep my eyes on that area that we have down below. We always get our dip buy even if we sit back and wait. IOTR2, another, I'm not looking at these plays, and that's what sucks. I may just want to start putting orders out, team, on these different plays and keep my eye on them. IOTR, what did I say? Watch for a crack of this 630 to go down to 590 and get a bounce play. Right out of the gate, it hit 590. We would immediately been ripped. Look at this team. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, there's a $1.50 ripper. Oh, I wouldn't take it now. This play's looking really weak. I'm giving the levels out. These levels are working so fucking nice. That's why I said on the Discord, charts are so pretty lately. These charts are finally working out and getting a lot prettier. Just the areas are working out. It's the main thing, So if you put this in a 3-minute time frame, this consolidation area should see a bounce. It's an immediate one. This should see a bounce. It did. This one even bigger than this one, of course, in volume and have in market getting more volume. But oh my good God Almighty, that's gorgeous. Yeah, Broseph. Yes, Broseph. Yes, Broman. He's a broman. So right now I've got 597 up to 617 orders. He's the broman. He's the fighter of the night. Or whatever that's some. He's the day man. There we go. Alright. Got my orders in from 587 to 617. I'm going to go with those areas. 617 to 587. I'm just in a 1 minute time frame. It looks a little better. We could bounce off here, but I mean, are we really going to crack 660 and only go to 635 and then bounce? And I don't want that to be the starting ground. Honestly, I'd rather get down a little bit lower, into this 6 mark, into this 5,985 mark, somewhere into here. Oh, CMCT, the 390 bounce all the way up to 490. It's crazy we're getting bounce plays today, Broseph, at the 90-cent mark, because you got CMCT at 390, IOTR at, 590. It could be if I can talk, SXTP at 590. So yeah, it's weird. We're getting the 90-cent bounce areas today. You know, it's kind of weird, but it is what it is. And then look, we're in the CRVS failed at 25.90. Oh, there goes new high of day. Another area, like I said, wasn't a bad idea to fail in or add into that 675, 680 area. Right there when it was in the 670s. Like, man, it may not get down into this force out of the gate. And then I would still average in there. Okay, all right, so now we're coming back down again. All right, I like that. That still is good for us for a bounce play. Okay, and here's the thing, team. If you get filled for a bounce play, please take it up to, if you get 660s to 670s, take profit. This floor that we're building is going to be resistance when we pop back up, all right? Dayman. Yeah, I like 5 too. Yeah, I just don't know if we're getting 5 on when we're going to get there. That might be a while, my friend. That might be a while. We'll see, though. This is kind of reminding me of Pavam yesterday, where we got the spike at the bell, and Pavam lasted a little longer. If you remember yesterday, Pavam at least lasted for a little while longer of spiking. Just sit back and wait. Sit back and wait. Get back into a 1 minute time frame to check it. Yeah, see if we get this 675 crack. Just shelved. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna bounce. I think we're coming down to here. I like this area a little bit more. See if we get it. Just waiting. Patience here. Nothing else moving in small caps. That CMCT was your only other good move. 390 bounce was beautiful. Still holding up there. And I like CMCT with this inverse head and shoulders forming right here. If CMCT can squeeze over 5 and move back up and hold the 5s, well, then we can go for the 5 bounce. Speaking of 5, that would be awesome. I would go for the 5 bounce, but we need to get over. Like, I want to see it go to 515, then break to 535, and then hold that, and then go up to 550. And now it's 10 minutes since we've been over 5, and we've been pretty much straight up and out to the right, if anything. But at least up to the 540s, 550s. Then we can come back down and get that bounce. Although I will say the best bounce plays have been $1 reversals, really, you know. So maybe we want it to go up to 6, and then we take the 5 bounce. I'm just looking at reversals so far today. We'll just call it 560s, 550s area. I know it hit 580, but where was the true resistance at? Right around here. And we went to here. You know, we went here to here. So $1 reversal. So 390 would be in play again, to be honest. Just I don't see. This isn't like IOTR that has more room to crack down like IOTR actually is doing right now. IOTR was up quite a bit, so IOTR has some more shelf to go down to. It's got 5 now to go down to, which, geez, talk about a crack under 590 there. Actually could have gotten, but the candlestick confirmation was right at 590, and then it gives a huge death candle down to 560, but still a good short under support there for IOTR. I really wish those would start to come back a little bit more, so at least we'd get like 1 or 2 of those a day. I used to average probably 2 to 3 short under supports a day. It was just every day. Every day you saw short under support. I can't tell you how much I just started saying that. Short under support. Short under support. Oh my. Nice big reversal there. And we are seeing 24 again, but I would just be pretty... Go low. If you want to take a dip by, I do like the 24 roof, ceiling, old ceiling roof for resistance. B should be support now, right? Just go smaller. Just going from 26 to 24 with no real true bounce. I tried to have one there, but it didn't hold for more than 5-6 minutes, so just be careful with that. Play of the day so far was the SXTP squeeze at the bell or the bounce plays from CMCT, followed up by IOTR bounce plays. So we're getting bounce plays to work out, which was really nice. Man. 6:30 bounce play was nice. Right around 8:35 Eastern time. Went up around $1. Then we had the 590 bounce play right at the opening bell. That went up just over $1, right at $1, $1.3040. CRVS breakout at the bell. Watch for this over 24. Could have taken this with candlestick confirmation at 24.10. Boom. I know it was kind of jolty at the bell, but this was a good pop. And you talk about CMCT bounce play at 440. Now this one was close. What I counted, I want to because I alerted it. It did pretty much work out. It just didn't quite get to 440. This one definitely did. So there's a bounce play, and then I said 390. There was a bounce play, and it's still holding right now. And of course, SXTP, hey, this looks like it wants to squeeze. So we're all over the right plays. We're learning what we're going to see ahead of time, and these plays are still working out. You know, this is what I love. Yeah, T-Web, yep. Yeah, my orders for SXTP are at 590 into 6. This area right through here. And like I said, this thing just may take off. I'm not wanting it to, but it is trying to hold this little support area at 680. The other really good opportunity, like I was telling you guys, is going to be CMCT. I want to see CMCT break 5. The only thing I don't like about CMCT are the upper and lower VWAP bands. They're trying to, looks like maybe start to spread out now, but we know this is, we want to see the hip spread. I mean, look what SXTP's been able to do. You can see that the upper and lower VWAP band spread. Same thing, we're at the bell there with CRVS. Now, the one thing about CRVS, and I wish I'd see this more often to trade it and back test it, but when I see a play spike, the upper VWAP band goes up, but the lower VWAP band, or I should say, and the lower VWAP band goes up, these plays usually see a reversal. Now, where to get in is the hard part. Now, you know, as soon as I see a full downward motion and just jump in for, because we know it's going to continue, you know, that's what if I saw them more, do they just go all the way back down to open, right? My point being, I know when I see it, this does come in. You know, when I see the lower band chase up with the upper band, that play does not run. It's the bands that expand, those plays run. The bands that tighten up together usually stay tight. Although that you wouldn't think that with CMCT because it's had pretty good solid volatile movement here. Again, I would love this in here. It's trying to squeeze up now. Don't do that. That's not really what I was looking for you to do there, CMCT. We could still, you know, engulf this candle, which would be nice, and still work our way back on up. So we'll see if we get that. But what I'm wanting CMCT to do is break out and go to the 550s, hold this area for a while, 10, 20 minutes, you know, at least 5-10 minutes for sure, and then watch for a bounce back off of 5. That's building up a chart is the point. Like, what's building a chart? IOTR, that one's could see a pop back on up. You know, a good short opportunity would be if it got back up to that VWAP and 720 area. If it does, I doubt it does, and that VWAP probably gets lower by the time it gets there. Roller not doing anything. I'm going to go through some large cap tickers real quickly, see if I see anything. Apple looks like SPY today, which would be out to the right for the first few minutes and then a big pullback and crack. AMD crackaroonie at the bell. BABA's pretty choppy and ugly so far. B straight down. Okay, so that's not on breakout mode quite yet. Google didn't get that double top breakout. It came down too as well. It's choppier though at the bell, and then now it's coming down with the SPY. Meta did get that next leg up. So there was one that got the next leg up, and Meta, that's nice. Now it's all the way back down, as in turning red with the SPY. And these candles are all red at the same time. They're 45 after. SPY turned red at 40 after. NVDA chop. PLTR, nice little crack at the bell. Is holding my 166 line. I talked about, I'm sure I brought that line up. 166 there on the dot holding up. So that line's working out for a bounce play. Nice to see. Tesla just right, yeah, not much. A little more tight. It's tight today. It's tight and choppier. We'll see if we get movement and a range break here later in the day. Just sit back and have patience here, team. This is not what I want at that $5 area, but now it goes back to where I talk about the upper and lower VWAP bands, you know, really caving in together and being tight. Unless this play can get a huge candle to get up outside of that and then start to hold it and the mob stays here, I'm going to say that CMCT stays within the upper and lower VWAP band and we don't get to chug a lug in here. We will put a trend line in. Still waiting on SXTP. Just waiting, sitting back. SXTP is the play for me. GLSI is turning over. Not much going on there. I'm going to put the new uptrend channel here. I guess you'd kind of start it from like right here. And see how that area holds for SXTP. And kind of see somewhere right through here a little bit of an uptrend channel, kind of like that-ish for SXTP. Somewhere right around there. NUAI is spiking, I heard. Okay, NUAI is spiking. NUAI, nice little move up here. Had the little staircase. See what I'm seeing by the upper and lower VWAP band start to spread apart? Right when you see that right there, look at the next candle, explosion. So right here in this candle, you start to see it in the next one. Bounce play opportunity for SXT, or for NUAI. You start at 875 or you come down to around the 840 mark. 875 and 835 for NUAI. Boy, another bounce off that 680-ish area. All right. Sit back and wait. Anyway, I just put some orders into as well to get a bounce play on that. See if we it's unfortunately going to new highs here. So that's fine. I like the 875 bounce into around the 850 area. So somewhere you go into a 1 minute time frame, you can see it a little bit more cleaner, I should say. You can come down to that low 8s. I just don't think we're going to get there. I'm going to go off of this area right through here. Right through here in this area is where I'm looking for a dip buy on NUAI. Did get a nice little pop and squeeze at the opening bell. Good alerts there on the Discord. All right, we're just sit back and wait in here. TTP stream, I'll get this link out there for you guys. Any questions before I'm done for the day? Let me know if you have any questions. So I think you know the levels. Go with TTP live stream, TTP live stream. Oh, man. And this is what I was talking about earlier on at CMCT. She's kind of really dying out right now. Wouldn't be a bad op for 440 again. You know, we've had a lot of bounce plays at 440 today. We had one almost there, one there, and then again, this actual pullback, I just now realized where it came to, which was 440. So watch for another 440 bounce when the trend line in VWAP cracks. Watch for a 435, 440 bounce. In UAI, I like this around the 970 area down to around 950 area. Those would be the three plays. You're good, bro, Sophia. Right. SX, I'll put these in chat. SXTP 6 area bounce. We'll go with CMCT 440. 440 area bounce. And NUAI 8. We'll go 8. Come on, SXTP. Do something for me there, love. Do a little something there. Come on there, man. Come on there, man.
Pull back again with your 3 hot recommended tickers for the day. Remember yesterday with PAVM? Check the chart above me. I said watch for a spike up to 20, maybe 20 plus, and look what it did. It went all the way up to 28. And that because what happened the day before in CRVS, which is actually on watch again as we double top at the opening bell yesterday right here. And then we have pre-market highs. Watch this for the next leg up. I've talked about CRVS yesterday, and it's on watch again today for that squeeze up to 30. IOTR is your next ticker on watch here. Hey, Josh Smith here with Trade the Pool back again. Hey, Josh Smith here with Trade the... Josh Smith. Hey, Josh. Hey, Josh Smith.
Why doesn't it let me...
Hey, Josh Smith here with Trade the Pool back again with your 3 hot... Hey, Josh. Hey, Josh Smith. Hey, Josh.
How do I accept it?
Hey, Josh.
It's not letting me accept it.
Hey, Josh.
Okay, They did post it. I'm trying to share it, and it's like not letting me accept the... There, finally. I had to like get out of it. I think because I was in it. And like, get out of it. You went to it too quickly. Boom, boom, paste. Boom. Bam. Boom. Let's go to not YouTube. Let's go to Instagram. Let's go to the gram and not the Grammys. I'm at the gram, baby. Log in. I wonder if they put it on YouTube as well. Shorts. Yay, they did. Let's fucking do it. Let's go.
Trade the Pool back with you guys for more recommended hot stocks for today. That's right. Check out the chart above me. CRVS yesterday. You went from around the... Hey, Josh Smith here with Trade the Pool back again with your 3 hot recommended tickers for the day. Remember yesterday with PAVM? Check the chart above me. I said watch for a spike up to 20, maybe 20 plus, and look what it did. It went all the way up to 28. And that because what happened the day before in CRVS, which is actually on watch again as we double top at the opening bell yesterday right here. And then we have pre-market highs. Watch this for the next leg up. I've talked about CRVS yesterday, and it's on watch again today for that squeeze up to 30. IOTR is your next ticker on watch here. So keep IOTR on high watch today. Bounce potential coming up right here, right up. Hey, Josh Smith here with Trade the Pool back maybe 20 plus 8. And that because what's this for the next leg up? I've talked about the next ticker on or 20. And to me, my favorite ticker of the day is SXTP. Just 5-day clear out over 10. Here's yet another ticker that can run to 15 or 20. And to me, my favorite ticker of the day is SXTP. Just 15 or 20. And to me, my favorite ticker of the day is SXTP to start the morning here. What a nice, good banger move here so far. As you can see, SXTP is all the way up from around the $2 range, ripping up to $6.40 this morning right now. SXTP.
And look where she went to. She went even for more, baby. That stuff right there, dang it.
Better at around the 410 mark. Again, watch for another high dollar range, 15 or 20. And to me, my favorite ticker of the day is SXTP to start the morning here.
Woo! Banger alerts here for Trade the Pool. Come over. Gosh, dang it. Let me do this way. I gotta do it this way. Favorite ticker of the day.
5-day clear out over 10. Here's yet another ticker that can run to 15 or 20. And to me, my favorite ticker of the day is SXTP to start the morning here. What a nice, good...
Great banger alerts. Trade the Pool. Come join us live. Here in just a minute, I'll be joining these beautiful people. Those are morning shorts that we're putting out on YouTube and Instagram, letting you know what the hot stock tickers are for the day. And look where SXTP ran to, all the way up to 860. And I was alerting that to you guys back down here in the 4s and 5s. Come over and join us. Trade the Pool going live. Call-in show as well. See you there.
To start the morning here. What a nice, good.
Great banger alerts. Trade the Pool. Come join us live. Here in just a minute, I'll be joining these beautiful people. Those are morning shorts that we're putting out on YouTube and Instagram, letting you know what the hot stock tickers are for the day. And look where SXTP ran to. All right, I love it. Let's go to, I didn't mean to do YouTube TV. I meant to do YouTube. The YouTubians. All right, here we go, team. Here we go, team. All right, I'm going over to Trade the Pool now. Oh, did we get filled? SXTP, did we get filled? SXTP, did we get filled? I got filled, team. All right, 1,000 shares. I got filled 1,000 shares right there. SXTP. I got filled 1,000 shares. There we go. There we go, SXTP. Just took 250 shares right there. Let's see if we can get up a little bit more. See if we can go squeeze in here just a little bit more. Nice, 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 nice. Here we go, SXTP. Love it. Love it. There we go. Let's go up a little bit more here, baby. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Took a little bit more right there. There's my Trade the Pool streams. Share. Boom. All the way up to 860. And I was alerting that to you guys back down here in the 4s and 5s. Come over and join us. Trade the Pool going live. Call-in show as well. See you there. All right, here we go, Team SXTP. Let's see if we can get up a little bit more here. Come on, SXTP. Go, baby. Did anyone get filled? SXTP, did anybody get filled? SXTP, did anybody get filled there? SXTP. Did anybody get filled there on SXTP? Nice move back up here into the 660s. I'm out a little bit more there. I'm out a little bit more. Come on, SXTP. Let's go. Who got filled, baby? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to the stove. Let's go to the stove. Let's go to the stove, baby. Back up into that, back up into the 50 EMA there. Nice, good move here for SXTP. Good move for SXTP here. Beautiful move for SXTP. Did not get filled full share size. Unfortunately, fucking yet again. Okay, I got my story shared. Boom. Let's go, SXTP. Ah, yes. That's why I had SXTP. SXTP here. NUAI, by the way, too, team. I did get filled. Oh, shit. I'm going to start getting out of this. NUAI. I am fully filled on this. NUAI, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go. All right, I'm taking some right now. I'm just going to get out right here on NUAI because I forgot about this play. I'm out of NUAI. Out of NUAI. SXTP going back to it. Out of NUAI over to SXTP. Oh, their cousin. That's why I spread them out like that, team. I spread them out. I spread them cheeks, baby. I spread them out. I spread them. I spread them. Let's go! NUAI, SXTP, beautiful. Beautiful bounce plays. Did anyone take NUAI with me? It did go a little bit lower than I anticipated there, but I said 850 area. Sexy, sexy bounce there. All right, I got to get over the TTP stream, team. Beautiful bounce plays so far today. Beautiful bounce plays so far today. I'm going to hold my remaining shares here on SXTP as I get into the TTP stream, all right? Out of NUAI. Got about 20 cents out of that. I was in 2,500 shares, so I was like, oh, shit. It got to feel full. That was a full share size on NUAI. I went in 2,500 shares, team. Average fill was right around the 850 area. Because I had orders down into 837. I moved them down from 870s to the 850s. That's why I put into you guys 850 bounce play. I'm like, I'm going to go around 850 into that VWAP. Also, that 50-day moving average is right there too as well. Or was there, I'm pretty sure. All right, going over the TTP stream. See you sexy, beautiful people on the flip side. All right? I am over there for the call-in show. Today's call-in show. If you could only trade one ticker, one stock, the rest of your life, what would it be? If you could only trade one ticker the rest of your life, what would it be? Damn it, guys. I was hoping you got filled there. Son of a bitch. Son of a biscuit bitches farts. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I won a point. My average entry is 614.5. 614.5. I want 714 so bad right here. Come on, give it to me. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Everybody get together. Try to lure one another. Yeah, it's crazy that, and that's what I've noticed. Is me and T Web are talking about this. So I'm filled at 614.5. And here's the remaining share size that I have left right here, so you can just see this. I love the scalper mode thingamajigger, but here's my shares. Here's what I have left. Boom. So I still have 70 shares left. I'm trying to scale out. If we pop, I'm out most of my share size, but I'm in at 6. But what me and T-Web were talking about, you like get great orders sometimes. You know, you're not trying to. I had my orders set in. I forgot where I had them in at. 6, 7. I don't remember. But the low there in that candle. What's the low? The low is 610. The low is 610. My average entry is 614.5. All right, I'm going over the TTP stream, team. All right, going over to TTP, guys. Got the bounce play. We were waiting. I told you just to wait. What did I tell you? Aussie Chick, other cousin, Broseph, Max. I don't know who all's in this damn chat all day, every day. We just nailed that bounce play. It was almost $1. Again, it didn't go all the way down like we wanted it to. No, but I would say watch for one more dip off that area. Honestly, I think we come down in this area and bounce again unless we squeeze and go for more and go get back up into the 7s. I'll be back here again. Call-in show. If you could only trade one ticker the rest of your life, what would that ticker be? Just have to do different things. I was like, that would be one thing. If you could only trade one, strategy the rest of your life, if you could only trade one moving at or one indicator study, what would it be the rest of your life, etc. So I was like, that'll be fun. That'll be interesting. That'll be interesting. All right, team. Back in a bit. Still in 70 shares, 614 average entry cost. Come on, Evie Mucks. It's taking like forever to fill. All right. See you guys back on the flip side. Let's go. We fucking killed it. 2 bounce plays. CMCT did get another bounce at 440. CMCT with another bounce at all 440. You're kidding me. Wow, that's fucking awesome. Go! Guys, look at NUAI! Guys, look at NUAI! Look at NUAI go! Fucking let's go! Damn! Guys, that is fucking money! Dang. Wow. Alright, I'll see you guys back in a bit. How we doing? Real quickly, just go over the plays. I don't think we see anything else running for the day. Boom, bam, bam. All right, let's go through this real quickly. What you doing, salami pants? Margo, can you stop? Margo. Got some. All right. Well, why are we getting the Twitch now? What's going on here? Tesla with a big day today. Going back, I'm just looking at large caps real quickly right now. What is going on? Why am I freezing now? It's weird. Anyway, all right, let's get back to this. Here we go. SXTP probably done for the day. This line never really came in. It's hovered around this line all day long. We'll call it right there. Support resistance right about right there for SXTP. So watch for that maybe back over the VWAP. We'd see it move back up to the $6 area, possibly 620s. ASTI just working its way up the uptrend here. So ASTI just an uptrend bound play. BGL with some nice moves here today. We've had that throughout the day. NAM was another one that possibly could still run. So levels back down below. Watch this under 365. Probably just dies off for BGL. BGL back under 365. Probably just dies off. We'll have a possible dip at 340 and 310. But this play is up for no news today. No news whatsoever. Nice move up, though, for blue gold. And that's kind of the theme here. The mineral plays. We got NAM up, BGL up. This is a solar play that's up today in ASTI. I think none of them have news. We can watch for the next leg up over 415. Oh, another 52-week low play, reverse split play. Magnet to 5. Watch for a magnet for 5 there. So we'll go to BGU. BGL over 415. Watch for a spike to 5. NAM. We'll do this. Needs to. Whoopsies. Can you put, like, covers on all them? Instead of just yelling at them?
I'm eating nuts and they won't leave me alone.
Ah, that's why. Well, you have food out. All right, over 5. We'll go 5. We'll go 5 resistance. All right, over 5. Where are we going? Oh, boy. I think we've seen this play before, I guess, here, huh? Oh, wow. Look at that big upper shadow there at 5 there from back in September, October. Or October, yeah. Woo. Over 5. Room to run. All right. So 7 area. I mean, this has room to run. Over 5. Watch for this. Some room to run there. I'd say we'll call it 565 since I see that. Go back to a 5-minute there. That's something I can't wait for the next house. Like when I'm in my office, I won't even know anything. I'll be, oh my god, oh I can't wait. Boop 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 boop. So just kind of putting over the Discord, which I was reiterating, obviously, you guys. None of these plays are out of the water or done yet. I guess out of the water. They're not done yet. I say out of the water. I guess out of the boiling water. They're not done yet. Any of these can still spike. ASTI is your other one there to keep on watch. Okay, so ASTI, where we going? Yeah, that's the one at 740s. That's right. Whew. ASTI, 52 week high, wedge. I'm going to have to do... Actually, let's go the other way with that, Josh. Boom, boom, bam. Bam, boom, boom. Boom, boom. All right, sweet. Let's see if this gets over the VWAP, and we'll do the last one here for you guys. SXTP over VWAP. 6. Hold this. BGL new high of day. BGL new high of day. All right, so cool. There's your levels, your breakdowns for trades. NAM needs to hold this 380 area. Needs to hold the 380 area. If it cracks it, watch for move down to 340, possibly to 325. 650 into that VWAP and 635 needs to hold for ASTI. Again, it's at the top of that wedge. This has high squeeze potential written all over it. So back under 630 and 650 and 635 area. Watch for the move back down to 585, then 550. We are testing the trend line right now on NAM. Looking like BGL could possibly take the mob with SXTP. Even also as well, maybe being able to potentially take a mob from some of these moves. What are you doing, baby boy? Will you stop it? Stop. Go annoy mom. For large caps plays for the day. Go through these real quickly. Tesla. What a move. Get this out of the way for now. Go to this in a 5-minute time frame. If she wants to pull up there. What a move for the day. Absolutely beautiful. And here's what's awesome. I talked about this. Yesterday's high of day. Look at all this volume right here. Crazy amounts right there at that area in the double top from this morning in pre-market. Then we spike back above it and try to hold it. Love seeing that. This area is my point. I mean, that's like it's going to be a pivot point probably in the end where this 38-ish area to 38, 50, 75 area is going to be good support, good resistance as we float up and down through it. I just brought the volume profile up today. I'll get rid of it here in just a little bit. But good move today for Tesla. Tesla, really nice, good move today. I would imagine this holds up into obviously the closing bell, which is not too far away. It's right around the corner. Apple, pretty lackluster day it looks like. Pretty lackluster day. AMD, same thing, nothing too great. Not bad though. Yeah. Nice downtrend though. You know, nice little downtrend. We're stuck in a wedge. Nothing too crazy though for AMD. You guys, I swear, you guys are crazy. You just can't leave that alone. Not bad day though. Not a bad day. Not a bad day. Just watch for that downtrend break over 56.50. Not that's going to happen today, but boy, oh boy, if we get over that double top from pre-market high and yesterday's after hours high, a lot of these charts look pretty similar. It looks a lot like AMD, doesn't it? Looks a lot like AMD. Watch for this Florida collapse here, maybe and into the last 20-30 minutes of the day. This is after pre-market high. This is pre-market high that we're holding up right there, right on the dot. Really sexy at 177.70. BGL still rolling, got the mob. So there goes BGL, new high of day, rolling, pitch of me rolling, taking the mob away. Be good short at the bell, and then we're kind of choppy range bound, holding yesterday's low. Really nice, really pretty to see that. It's just been a choppier, so to speak, downtrend. It's got a little bit of downtrend. There's the support level to it. What you got there? Is that your toy? Is that your toy? Emilio underneath me playing. Keep going through these. Wow, Google with some movement here at the end of the day. All right. Some pretty decent movement there. Cracked this channel, came on down. Figured we'd bounce it low of the day. Did not. Nothing beautiful. That's the thing. It's like I look through these tickers and I'm not going, now that's nice. This is pretty nice. Flat top resistance here. Watch for the break of 47, 47.50 for the next squeeze up. Do like this chart for the day. That's nice. That's tradable. Old resistance becomes new support, right? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful move there. Nice tight channel to end the day. Been that way. And this sucks. It's been that way for the last 2-3 hours. But it is in a really, really tight channel. Like to see that. Watch for a break of that top portion for the next move on up. NVDA. Woo. Woo. Really range bound today. High and low of day about $2 apart. Not a lot going on there. PLTR very similar. Almost looks exactly like NVDA does for the day. And let's go lastly here because I'm sure Q's look like SPY. I know, I see you, Jamilios. I see you. 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 Ooh, the fall off. So Tesla was pretty nice. So Tesla, that's not. Will you stop it, Emilio? I was like, that's not today. I was just looking at it over here. Like Tesla's up like Meta is. I'd be watching for Tesla to make another leg up too as well. So Tesla and Meta, Tesla and Meta team. Avery just made an amazing grilled cheese. Like, what is this? A grilled cheese and ham sandwich. She made it with like cheese curds and Gouda cheese. It was Gouda, all right. It was Gouda. So here's our top 4 tickers to watch here. I'd say for now, we'll go with BGL, ASTI, NAM, SXTP. Top small caps to watch for now. Meta, Tesla, nice large cap movers. Watch for another new high of day pop. On the way up, like we said, BGL 5 resistance there, over 5 if we want to go back in time and try to find it for BGL. What do we have next? Over 5. Watch for a move up to 585. So 5 area and then 585 for BGL. 5 and then 585 for BGL. Boom. All right, any questions you guys have? Any stocks you want to go over? Anything at all? Let me know before we call it a day. Queenie. Get this back on the board. El Cabelli. What are you doing out there? Did you get some water? Your face feels nice and chilly, like you got some water. Yeah, it's a good girl.
YYX ripping another 15%.
IOTR, that was dump. CMCT, nothing. Roller, yeah, no. Roller got a tiny little move today. I guess it wasn't bad. Roller, ROLR, but yeah, no, never mind. It wasn't that great. Never mind. I saw it at 10:33. I thought that was because it was up from 9s or 8s. I couldn't remember where it started the day at. Wow. That's it. IOTR, OBT, the IO plays just got knocked around. We'll get the after hour scanners up. Hopefully you guys do follow Stock Rocks over on YouTube. Here is after hour scanners. I'll have those up in a minute. Post market, be looking for those things for you. Any questions ago? I'm sure you guys are good, but I just want to kind of pop back in here. Lead you through if you're looking for a dip buy area on any of these plays. 4 is going to be it for BGL. Then you've got 365. So 4 and then 365. So we'll put some lines in for you. Boom. 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 When I put it in. What's up, baby? I see yous. I see yous. I'm such a sweetheart. What are you doing? go something like that. Levels on the way up here. We'll do for. This is gonna be a key one right there at 6. I see you. I see you. Bro, so what's up? I'm in BGL at 3. Nice, man. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. I'd probably with BGL, you know, give it this 5-minute candle. If we don't engulf 450 and push past it, I would probably start taking some profit, you know. It's a nice little gain already, up 50 cents or so. Well, now, of course, now we're down to the 430s. But we need to push back through 450, and we'll see that move up. What I've noticed here on BGL, we haven't escaped the upper VWAP band. And you can see that across the board here today. That's why I like the upper VWAP band. We never really got outside of the upper VWAP band. So now you know that you need to sell into the upper VWAP band. So if you ever take spiking plays like this, and notice days like today that even on crazy big spiking moves, we never really get outside the bands. And if every time we get to them, there's a sell-off and we just never can get above them. And so just know to keep selling into that upper VWAP band as much as you can, boss. Oh, there goes Tesla, new high of day. So there goes Tesla already out of the gate. So there's your Tesla move. Meta's looking like it could be coming up next. These dogs just settle down like 2 seconds. They all out now. It's like you get them up and get them going. It's funny how fast this pack can just be this, like, you know what I mean? They're, it's crazy fun time. And then I'll just, and out of nowhere, they're all sleeping. Except for Merlin. I can tell his big old ass is up. Mr. Merlin. I'm at a 430, had a small set limit at 450, but it didn't. Gotcha. Cool. It's all good, bro. There comes Merlin. There's the big dog. All right, team. All right. I want to enjoy the afternoon. It's a nice sunny day. Last sunny day that I get to enjoy before the winter craziness comes in. And unfortunately, hey, no. Nope, not happening. Not happening. At first, we were going to get snow. And then they had all like, and I still just don't know how it's going to be so freaking cold outside. How do we get, well, the ground temperature's 14 degrees, but 5,000 feet above the air, it's 41 degrees or 37 or 32, whatever. You know, I'm like, huh? How make it make sense? You're higher in the air. How if I'm right here, it's 25, how when I go up even higher, it doesn't get colder immediately and way colder? It just makes no sense to me. I get it when we have sleet and snow, sleet or freezing rain or whatever, when it's cold up top, but as it gets down, it gets, I'm like, how does it go cold snow, warm as it gets down, and then it gets cold on the ground again? And I'm like, what? Just snow, just get cold. How's it just cold all the way up? It should be 10 degrees, and then it should be like 4 degrees, and then like 10 degrees, and like 14 degrees, and on the ground it's 23 degrees. Something like that. And just dump snow. Anyway, we'll talk about that more tomorrow, and as everyone prepares for winter craziness. I'm calling for the day. See you tomorrow. Yeah. I'll be here tomorrow for sure, team. I'll see if I can get someone for the dual stream Friday. If not, make it an easier Friday, most likely tomorrow. Of course, anyone else, we got the crazy winter storm coming up, so maybe even less people trading tomorrow because, preparing for that. I don't really know. I guess that's the good thing. It's hitting a lot of people on Saturday and Sunday, so at least there's that. It's not happening during the week. But yeah, be talking about that more tomorrow for sure. In the AFC Championship game with the Broncos, it's going to be a good weekend. Got the food loaded up for the weekend. Can't wait for it. Good, fun weekend ahead, huh? Oh, Emilio. Wow, this handsome little nugget. Who's this handsome little nugget? Who's your big boy? All right, team. We got the levels on the way up. Got the levels on the way down. We know what to do. I'll go in and do this real quickly, too, as well, and see how well they work out as they get there. We'll go into past shot history, and put the lines in C. Put the lines in, and we'll see. Boo. Somewhere about right right there. Oh, we already know that one. 740. Durfee, Eddie Murphy. Petey, leave your neck alone. Petey, leave your poor neck alone. Boom. Yeah, it's into this area. Boom. All right. We'll go back into these in just a second. Boom. Boom. Nam. $5.80, and then we got this right here at 7. All right, so levels on the way up. There we go. We got them in now. Same. We got them in now. All right, so we'll do this here. Sailing Girl. That would be the coldest week I've ever lived through. Cali Girl. No, oh yeah, this will be all the cold. This will be the. Oh yeah, because you guys in OKC are actually for surely getting the snow. I think you are getting like a foot. North of us will get a foot in Arkansas. And that's what's so weird. If you go straight due west of where I'm at, it's Oklahoma City. So it's weird how we'll see how it plays out. But hopefully, I'm like, how does that y'all get it good? I guess because maybe when we get to Louisiana, and there's more of that Gulf air, warmer air coming from Louisiana because you guys are further away from the Gulf and the warmer Louisiana air. I'm just trying to be a logical meteorologist. That's not a meteorologist over here. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, 0 degrees negative Fahrenheit, wind chills. That's a lot of snow. Yeah, Oklahoma City is going to be. I'm sure that's got to be one of its biggest snows ever. Regardless, if you do get a foot or more in one snow, that's got to be one of the biggest ever. I would imagine Oklahoma City. One of them anyway. Can't wait for it though. Hopefully we just get more snow than anything, but we shall see. All right, BGL on the way up. 5 resistance. Whoopsies. 5 resistance. Then 6. Then. What's this area? 720. Oh, man. See, this is what's fun now. This is where the Jeeps come out to play, Sailing Girl. Because now you guys can't drive. You're stuck. That Mustang, that Tesla, good luck. Good luck. So I gotta have an SUV. I gotta have an SUV. Well, I just love SUVs though. I just like them, and just this is when it gets fun. This is when things get fun, having an SUV. And I'm not stuck. I want to go help people get out of ditches. Like literally the North Texas Jeep Club that we were part of. Every time there was snow or ice, there's like a big calling for us to get out and get people out of the ditches, and then you'd see us. I say us, not that I ever did it. I was a part of the group, or we were. The Jeep was, but anywho, yeah, it's funny. Because there'd be those people with those laughing. Yeah, your grand. Yeah. I have been there. I've been there. I had a Chrysler 300 once. You think I was going anywhere in that thing? I mean, I guess I could drive slow. It's a front wheel drive vehicle. But yeah, no, not in this stuff. And especially if you got a bag, freaking whatever Mustang, Tesla, not built for it. It's all right. That's kind of fun when you're. It's it's kind of like. You're stuck. You're like, oh, I can't go anywhere. I got to get all my groceries. I got to go. What are we gonna cook this weekend, babe? That's it's kind of cool. That's how that we're gonna be that way. That's how we. I mean, I'll get out in the snow with the dogs and whatever. But my point, like being able to leave, you're just stuck. I remember that as a kid because my parents didn't get out and drive. I mean, they had front wheel drive vehicles, but you get my point. What's the point of like? And then it's like especially if you're not used to it, it's so hectic. When you're driving in a car, it's one thing in a Jeep anymore. I've driven cars before and I'm fine. I've been in snows and it doesn't bother me. But that's the thing. Most people haven't, and they freak out and they can't drive in the snow. So you have to watch out for all the idiots out there. That's why I love having the Jeep. And I really love it when it really does dump. Like 1, 2, 3 inches, there will be people getting out in it. When it's like 6, 7, 8 inches, 9 inches, whatever, a foot, no one's getting out. And I love it because I'm just out there I'm making my own tracks. I'm just like, there's nothing but snow on the road. You can see every once in a while you'll see where maybe a vehicle's driven. And I don't drive in those tracks. I make my own tracks. It's like I'm making my own tracks over here. And I think that's an ASTI. ASTI resistance above at or resistance above at, what is this, 820 and 875? 825 and yeah, we'll call it that. 825 and 875 area. There we go. All right, cool. There we go. Got the levels, got the lines. Avery's choking on her water. What are you doing, Emilio? I was like, what is that? He's rubbing his back up against the door or the carpet or something back there. Whoa, there's your 5. There's your 5. There's your 5. There's your 5. Right at my line. What's this line at? Edit properties. At what? 488. All right. Sailing, yeah, slip and slide. It's fun though in the Jeep. It's not no lights in the Jeep. In the Jeep, it's just too much fun. I'll show you before I'm done. I'll show you the video from last year. Absolutely, I love it. Like it's. Avery's like, yeah, you can have fun. She doesn't care about getting out. She'll have fun with the kiddos. She'll get out with the kiddos and have fun with me. Like the dogs. Where are we at here? Where are we at here? Boy, just the mega dumpa from last year. Oh, and this was fun too. You know, this was pretty darn fun too. I have to show you this. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh man. Oh, just dumpage. Just dumpage. Straight dumpage. So here's me doing some, look at this. Look at the fun right there. Check that fun out. Check that fun out right there. Do you think he's dirty enough? I mean, I just completely, oh gosh. Here we go. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Where's the sound at? Why am I not getting sound here? Why am I not getting sound? Oh, whatever. Whatever. Anyway, check this out. This is fun. Snowball, baby. Look how big these snowballs are. I saw someone already came over to this field and had fun. Not like did donuts, but they were rolling like snowballs. Bam! Make that thing explode. And look how big these snowballs were. Those were 37-inch tires. And here's actually while it was snowing and just dumping last year. Look at the snow. Got 9 inches of snow. Watch, I'll put it down in the tread. Look at the Jeep go through the tread there. Look at that. Joof, 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 joof. Why we're not getting audio here? I have no idea. Huh. Very odd. Let's go to this.
SUUN.
Huh. Okay. Getting audio from that, but not my video. That is very weird. Very weird right there. But oh, it was, yeah, absolutely so much fun. So much fun. So much fun. Hopefully we'll get this again this year. We shall see. Good times, yeah, yeah. Make sure you have lots of snow. Oh, well, we'll see. We'll hopefully get enough snow to do it. And it has to be mostly snow. You can't have a lot of that sleet or ice or whatever the heck. Because then it's not, you want snow. You want it to be all snow. I mean, I guess I'll see where you're at, but you don't want that frozen layer of like, because then it's not nearly, you can't really have as much fun. So I'll have to play it by ear and see how much snow we actually get versus all the other stuff. Because, yeah, reports are both, you know, it's like some are saying we're getting 3 to 6 inches. Some are saying 5 to 8 inches, you know. Some are saying 3 to 6 inches of snow is my point. And then, like, literally 5 inches of sleet. So a combo of it. So, like, 8, 9 inches total of stuff. But it's going to be a half and half. Some have us have 5 to 8 inches of snow and then a little bit of the bullshit. So it's mostly snow, like 75% snow, 25%, you know, bullshit. So last year it was all snow. It was just a straight Armageddon, Snowmageddon. That's what I was hoping we'd get this year. And of course you guys are, and just north of us are. Originally they had it lower than us and just south of us, like about 50 miles. And we were good to go. We were going to get probably a foot, 9 inches. And then now they've moved that line up. And anyway, so we'll see. Oh boy, yes, but yeah, damn fun. No, it was so fun, yeah. It was definitely ridiculous, so for sure. Off-roading over the years, this is fun. This is hilarious. So I have like a Google that says, that keeps up with like the videos and pictures you do, and it's off-roading over the years, and it's actually, that's so funny that just popped up today. Off-roading over the years. All right, cool. Yeah, I know it was fun though. That was lots of fun. So we'll see if we get to have that fun again this year. I'm the one that gets out and does all that kind of like crazy Jeep stuff. Where is? It's just crazy too, like how much is like caked up on it. And then it even stayed there when I was like driving. So look at that, how much caked up into the wheel. And that's just from sitting there overnight. That was just from sitting there, like caked up into the wheel. And it's crazy to think that. Why am I not getting any audio on this at all? This is getting on my nerve. Like this is where like the Josh head comes in. My computer, I will say that I don't know what's going on with my computer. My internet, I should say, has been terrible. I checked earlier, and my upload speed or download speed was like 5 megabits per second. It's terrible.
Our guest picker every week.
Margot
Well,
Snow.
greatest college football coach and now college football Hall of Famer Nick Saban might tell you defense wins championships, or at the very least keeps you from losing
that not
them with a
just the
couple
big
of
one,
great
the
ones
cutest thing
on the field
Or
and
eating
tonight.
snow.
And there's nothing like a message from your family to get you motivated. Simple voicemail from Will Howard's grandmother helped guide him through a roller coaster. College game day, they help us secure our guest picker every week. Well, it's the greatest college football coach and now college football Hall of Famer Nick Saban.
I don't know why. I guess I don't know why there's no audio on this. I can't remember.
Let's go! What'd I tell you FGL was going to go to?
How did that start playing and probably just scared everybody half to death? Oh, that is hilarious. Wow. I was like, how did that start playing? That just scared the hell out of me. That just scared the hell out of me. But here we go. So back to this again. Watch when you show my wheel. It's actually still in there, which is really cool. Look at that. Look at the snow. Still in there. So this right there is this still stuck in there. And that's how cold it was. That's how cold that was. Look at that. It kind of looks cool going around. Yeah. Oh, that'll stay fun. We'll see if we get it again tomorrow. I hope so. All right, last boys, last girls. Any last questions of the day? Yeah, that woke you up, Aussie chick. I meant to say lots of vids. Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, you saw many last year. I took hundreds last year. I had a lot of pictures, a lot of fun last year. So, yeah. All right, guys, I'll see you back here tomorrow morning. You know, get ready for another spiking day. I would imagine we do see a lot of spikes in pre-market tomorrow. We've been seeing a lot of them recently. After hours, let's see what we got so far. Move. Is that move? Is that really move? Move is moving. All right, move is moving. Move is moving. And we got DRCT. And we got DRCT. All right, team. Levels for these real quickly on the way up. Ooh, another 52-week low reverse split play. Got some resistance here at 3-ish area. I really don't like anything there on DRCT for resistance. Not up until the true strong resistance right here. Whoopsies. Right here. Right around this $5.85, $6 area. $5.85, $6 area. Other than that, there's really not a lot of strong resistance right there for move. But these are the top 2 plays. And then we got 1188 high there. Resistance in this area from move. And then we have resistance strong at 13. Very strong resistance at 13. All right, sweet. Got a couple of small after hours movers right there. DRCT and move. Move is moving. Like those old reflectors on your bike. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. On the bicycle. Love it. Go around the orange one. They orange, weren't they? On the bikes, they're always orange, right? I'm pretty sure orange, like a deep kind of orange color. I remember those, but yeah, it looks kind of cool going around the white and the wheel. Yeah. All right, Saline, Aussie, anyone else? Y'all have a great, safe, food-filled day. Get ready for tomorrow. Gonna see some spikes in pre-market throughout the day. Gonna keep it easy tomorrow. Get ready for ice, snow, sleet, winter heaven, McGavin, whatever you want to call it. It's gonna be winter crazy out there. Gonna get ready for it tomorrow because it is going to be fun. And just kind of like a kid, like, oh yeah, it's coming. Am I going to be out of school? Oh, yeah. You're super looking forward to it. That's how I am with snows. It's funny. I think it's maybe more of a guy thing. I don't really know, but you got it. Yep. You have a good one. See you tomorrow. More bounce plays. We had great bounce plays today. Hopefully you guys took some profit. Aussie, Ingrid, Saline, green today. After what we've talked about this last week, hopefully so. I'll see you guys. I'll jump back on the mic if anything starts moving. I doubt it does. I'm in and out of the office over the next 2-3 hours. So if you guys need anything, just ask. I'm here. Ask away and I'm here. Good. Green. Green is good. I like to hear this. Very good. Very nice. All right, guys. I'll see you back tomorrow morning. I'll get some jams on for you in after hours to start off with. And then after the, we're about an hour or two in after hours and nothing's really moving. Or maybe we do have stuff moving because move is moving right here. I will then throw some music on for you right now, I should say. But later, once we slow down, I'll start putting some interviews and lessons and stuff on just to throw extra bit of knowledge on and after hours for you guys. See you guys back in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at him. Look at him. He's got to drive and talk at the same time.
That's right. I've already been on the radio this morning, and now I'm here with you.
I love it. Love it, bro. Love it, bro. Love it, bro. So make sure I'm not on. Hold on. We got you frozen there for a minute. You got your eyes closed. Okay, there we go. We make sure you're good to go. Make sure I was making sure I wasn't on Wi-Fi, making sure it wasn't my end. All right, cool. So, guys, Dual Stream Friday here. I want to get a successful trader that actually is super busy. I work with, of course, a lot of you guys that have a 9 to 5, have a 7 to 7. You have another job. You can't look at the market all day, every day. And so this is going to help you guys out that are in that boat, that have a job, that you can't sit there and stare at the market and learn charts all day, every day. This is my friend ZitDog501. He is a general manager at a high volume Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Or how do you say that? What goes first? Ram? How do you what is it? Dodge Ram? How does that go?
I'm going to go with Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram.
Okay, a Dodge Chrysler. All right. I thought I was close. So tell me, and for the traders in chat, when you started, how you got into stock trading, where you were when you first started. Tell the traders your journey to where you got to now to find your success, your edge, so to speak, in the stock market.
Never traded before COVID. You know, we had COVID at work. We didn't know if we were going to die, we were going to live. Kind of car business kind of slowed down, and you know, you got a bunch of guys and girls up there, but you know, we're hustlers. We're trying to make money every day, make a living for our family, and we're used to making, you know, good money. And all of a sudden the stock market falls. We still don't know what's going on. We don't know what the stock market is. And you know, one thing led to another. We all opened up accounts and we started firing at them. We're like, we're gonna buy Cruise because Cruise is going to come back. We're going to buy Southwest Airlines because the planes are going to come back. And man, we really just didn't know what we were doing. But I think at that time, if we put our money in anything, it was going to go up. And we're sharing, man, buy this, buy that. We made this, we made that. We didn't know what we were doing at the end of the day. We're buying and selling stocks daily with $10,000, $15,000. Didn't know what we were doing, but we were having fun, and it kind of it just struck something in me because it was fun. And I don't like to gamble on football games. I think you're just throwing your money out the window. Basketball game, it doesn't matter what it is. I mean, that's pure gambling. And this was a way to make some money, and it was fun. And that's how it started. And then I'm setting up I told myself I was going to dedicate an hour a night, and I've got a wife, I've got 2 kids. Once they all went to bed, I was going to dedicate an hour a night to learn stocks, and that's where my journey really started to understanding what I was doing. And man, I'm upstairs on my gaming computer one night, and I'm reading, and man, I just really got lucky. I made $50,000 on AMC. I wasn't an ape trader. I wasn't anything. I'm riding around in my truck. I've got my brother-in-law driving. I remember it's my day off, and I'm making probably $5,000 every 10 minutes. And I did what you had told me at one point in time, is like, take your initial investment out and let it ride if that's what you wanted to do. And that's what I did that day. And that's where it kind of all started. But that's what started the bad habits also as a trader. You know, I got so much money, $60,000 and a 2-3 day period. And I just thought it was easy. I thought I had it beat. And that's when, you know, you pick bad entries. I just thought I could do it again and I thought I was going to be a millionaire overnight. And that's not what stock trading can be that, but there's a little bit more to it. And that's where I really started getting into following you, really deep diving into strategies. And it still took me 5-6 years to really get to what works for me.
And what does work for you?
So right now, you know, in the mornings on the way to work, I listen to somebody like Josh, or I just find the trend of the day. You know, we went through a couple months here lately. It was green every day. And what I want to tell everybody, when you're working like me, I can't watch the market all day. I can't figure everything out on a daily basis. I'm not going to hit the small caps. And what's worked for me is I've got a $5,000 account, cash account, and I run options every day. And not every day, but I only buy options. I buy 2 or 3 week out, right there if the stock's at $180, I buy my option right there, whether it's a call or a put. And I really what people need to realize, if you're going to day trade with a job on options, you got to understand that entry's the most important part of it. It's where you get in and where you set your stop loss at. When I first started my stop loss, I felt like every time it would hit my stop loss and then really move into my favor. So right now, it's the main point of what I'm trying to do is try to gain the best entry, and it's a range off of a chart that probably Josh gives y'all every day. You got your line of the range, you got your bottom range, and you got your top range. And I'm doing Mag 7 stocks. I'm either doing the TQQQ, which is the leverage, or the triple Qs. I think for option traders, that's probably the less risk. Because I feel like it's easier to follow the trend of an index versus an individual stock. I mean, the SPY could be rolling up and your stock could be going down. And that's harder when you're working every day to really follow it. So I picked my entry, I picked my exit. And I told him the other day, when I woke up yesterday, I did one swing trade. I was up $400 or $500. The old me would trade with house money and really fire at them. So I get my entry. I do one contract at a time, which seems like, you're not going to get rich. But as it starts moving into my favor, I buy it again. And then we know that a stock's not going to move one way or the other all day long in a straight arrow every day. And you got to understand that it's going to hit another level. And just like when people buy the dip, I buy my movement into my way. So if I've got a contract that's in the money 5-7%, I'm going to buy another one.
Right.
And hopefully it moves all the way into my way. And if not, I got a stop loss. I still got a profit for the day, but now I've doubled down my position. What I used to do is I would buy the dip when it's not going my way, and I would buy it again. And then I would have so much risk out there. Sometimes it would move back my way and it would work. But more often than not, I got too much risk on the plate. It starts really not moving hard out of the wrong direction. It's just I got way too much risk out there, and I've got to get out of it. And I made that loss. So my wins weren't as big as my losses. I would always lose more than I would win. I'd win. I'd make a great movement. I'd be up $500. The next day I'd lose 700.
Yeah.
And it was just, it's not what you want to do. You got to limit the risk, because when it moves the direction you don't want it to go, you got to understand, I got to get out, because there's going to be a movement where it moves in my direction, and I got to take a bigger profit than I take a bigger loss.
Yep.
If not, you're just going to nickel and dime yourself down to nothing. And when you're not watching all day and doing it for a living, it's going to exacerbate even worse. It's going to ruin your day. You're not going to be in a great mood. You're going to be a little edgy, and that's when stock trading is not fun. You lose your confidence. You trade a different way, and you just got to be consistent.
Yep. What indicators you use? Like to use, or any indicators at all?
Yeah, so I get up in the mornings, I get my kids ready. I'm busy. I don't have a whole lot, but between 8 and 8:30, which is about right now, before the market opens, I pull up my chart and I use what happened yesterday, whether it's the high of the day, the low of the day, the resistance point, and then I try to listen to what's going in the market that day. I mean, the market right now has so much noise, whether it's good or bad. Right now it's moved into the negative side of the market. But, a put today might not be the right call. So you got to get in there and look at the levels of what's going on, and you can't rush into it at 8:30. You've got to, for somebody like me that's working every day, it might be looking one way at 8:30, but by 9:30, you got a totally different market.
Yeah.
And you can get caught up in that chop and make the wrong decision. And you got to understand that on a $5,000 account, if I lose more than $200, I got to get out. I got to put it down, and just realize that I made maybe not the bad decision, but a bad entry.
Right.
And you just got to look at your resistance. I was watching a video of you the other night. You've got 9 lines out there. and you're really teaching everybody, this is pass resistance. This is going to be your new support. It's past that resistance. Now it's going to bounce off this support. And that's where you got what I do is I used to just get FOMO and just want to be in the trade. And when you get into that middle line of that range, it's just not a good entry spot.
Right.
Whether you're at the bottom of that range when you're at key support, it might break support. But more oftentimes than not, if you're trading consistently, you hit that support, you get in there, whether for a call, and then you get your resistance line, you get your put in, and then when it starts moving your direction, not buy the dip, but just put another spot in there. Don't go in there with 3-4 contracts trying to be in and out super quick when you got a job, because I might have a customer walk up to me. So I set a ton of alerts on my phone. So if I get in at a stock that's $200 and I got a call, I'm going to put a 201, 202, a 199, 198 alert. And as it's alerting me by a text message, I can peek at it. My job does let me do that. And that's the most important thing. If you watch that ticker all day long, it's not going to work. Josh, another thing I do in this market right now, if it's bullish or bearish, I put it on a 15-minute candle. I used to try to be too smart and try to get ahead of the put or ahead of the call. And now I wait till 15-minute, I get that confirmation candle that it's going my way, and then I entry there. And you just got to set stop losses, and you got to minimize risk, because my percentage of wins is a lot higher than my losses. But if you're not minimizing risk, putting your stop losses in there while you're at work, you're going to lose a lot more, and you're going to wipe out the 10 perfect trades you had.
Yeah.
And you're going to be so mad, and you're going to put yourself on tilt, and you're just going to make a bunch of bad decisions. And a lot of times the best way to do that is take a day or two out of the market. You don't have to be in a trade every day, all day long. You just got to be smart, because every day there's a way to make money, and that market's going to move. You just can't get overexcited and go, man, I had a great day yesterday. I'm going to get in as soon as the market opens. I'm going to do the opposite, because it went up yesterday. It's going to go down today.
Yeah.
And you can't look at that. You got to find the feel of the market. You got to find where that big money and that volatility is. And you got to follow it, and you got to be in and out, as quick as you can, because this market will move in a different direction. And if you're working, you're going to miss it.
Yeah. Talking about working, are you at work? It seems like you're done driving.
I'm at work. I'm in the parking lot. I work 12 hours a day a lot of times. Yesterday I worked 8 to 8 yesterday. It's a long day, but I enjoy the hustle and bustle. That's one thing that the stock market, it's for me, it's a lot, because it lets my mind work. It keeps me sharp, but it can be a distraction when you're at work, and you just got to find a happy medium for yourself. If your job allows you to watch your phone all day, watch a ticker all day, well, great and wonderful. Mine just doesn't afford to have a ton of distractions, and you can be very profitable. I mean, in the last 2 months, right now I'm at 99% return. For the year, I'm at like a 54%, and I know myself, I have more capital, but I keep a $5,000 account. I withdraw my money. Let me tell you, when you withdraw money, it's real. I hate to see traders, because I've done it in the past. My buddies have done it in the past. All of them pretty much give up. I'm still hanging on. But they just give the money right back, because it doesn't feel real. Yesterday I made $800. I pulled it out of my account and I put it in my checking account, and it feels real that way. And it's a challenge to me. When I had that $60,000 account and I had a $100,000 margin, with TD Ameritrade, it didn't feel real. I got greedy, and I didn't lose it all, but I could have really easily.
Yeah.
And that's where the stock market, with what we're doing, it's all confidence. You can't let it ruin your day, ruin your family, ruin your job, ruin your life with your kids. And if we're real talk, that happens, because you win $1,000. I call it winning. You earn $1,000, and then you give it right back over a couple days, and that's a bad feeling.
Yep. Well, it sounds like you've kind of created your own trade the pool account essentially over there. You know, you got your little $5,000 cash account. You know, you take your little payouts. And that's a good system because everyone seems and we talk about this on this TTP stream all the time, where more is better. I got to have $100,000 account, and then I can really start banking. That has nothing to do with you banking because you have a bigger account. And usually, like you said, it leads to what you did and what a lot of traders do, and it doesn't feel real. And it's almost like, hey, I've got all this money. Let's just go trade. And then you don't really take it seriously or seriously as you should. So I know you're at work. I'm going to keep you forever. Last bit of advice here. What would you tell traders that are newer, or struggling, and or also have a job on top of that? Give them one last good of advice. What's your last bit of advice for them, bub?
Man, I used to laugh if somebody said they had a $5,000 account. You can't make no money at $1,000 account. I mean, you look at it and you want to buy some shares, and it's tough. I'm an options trader. $5,000 account in options, you can make a lot of money. You can make a lot of money over time. You $250 a day. What's that a week? That's a lot of money over a week's time. It's $1,250 over a month's time. That's $4,000 or $5,000. You can make a lot of money doing it, and it can add up really quick. It's not the size of your account. It's about your win percentage and your limiting risk. And you got to find in what you do is how to limit risk for yourself. Some people's risk might be $20,000, $100,000, $1 million. Mine's $5,000. I've never blown up my options account. Don't buy, I'm not going to tell everybody what to do. What I'd tell you is don't buy weekly, expiring options. Buy 2 weeks out. If it moves the wrong way, your percentage isn't going to just eat you alive. You've got money to fight for another day. Take your profit when you get your profit. It moves in your way. Don't think it's just going to keep going that way. No stock moves one direction all day long. It's always going to move, kick back or kick forward a little bit, and then it's going to either leg down or leg back up. That's why a lot of people's stop losses get hurt. I got an MU short yesterday. Your exact words, man, the elevator down, it was super easy. It was. But as it's moving in my direction, I'm moving my stop loss. So when it finally hit my stop loss, I was $60 from the high of the day of my profit. And I was happy with that. Did it continue to move down for the rest of the day? Yeah, because it spiked up for a second and then it went back down, past me. We get right back into another short. And I'd be trying to fight it. But as you saw yesterday, it reversed. At some point in time, it's going to reverse the other way. And when you chase a level that is not your level because you're being greedy or you feel like you're missing out on the trade, you're 9 times out of 10, you're going to lose. Yeah. And that's what you can't do. You got to be patient in this market because there's always a good entry level. But I know everybody that watches Josh at some point in time has gotten excited, did the wrong entry, and you just can't do that. You're just giving money to the market because you're going to put too much risk out there. It's going to move the wrong direction. You're going to try to flip your position to the other way, and then you've lost all your confidence. You just stay consistent, set your levels at alerts if you're getting in a trade. That way it sends you a text and alerts you if it's moving your way or not the other way. And as it moves into your direction, and I'm talking about people that got a full-time job, you put that stop loss in there at a profit, not at what you put it in at. Yeah. Make it a profit because every time you profit, you gain money and you gain confidence. When you give up that profit, I'm telling you, it's just a whirlwind. It's a tailspin, and you're going to take 20 perfect trades and you're going to ruin it in the next 5. Yeah.
I've seen it over and over and over and over again, my friend. Too
That's what bothers me. People give up their profit and they give up on the market, and all they can do is blame themselves. Yeah. And I've been there. I took a month off last year and came back and killed it, and I've killed it ever since. But I took a month off. When you get too involved into something, sometimes you think you know everything that's going to happen. You get a Dogecoin. Oh, it's going to do this. Oh, it was green yesterday. It's going to be green forever. And we did have 40-something days of green. But you get stuck in the chop and you try to outsmart the market, and it's going to get you every time. Just follow the big boys. We're day traders. Some of y'all might be millionaires. Some of you might not. But the majority of us aren't. just follow the big boys, and they'll show you where the money's at. They'll show you where the liquidity's at, and just snipe 5-10% off of them every day. And you look up 30, 45 days later, and that's a big pile of money. But if you're trying to make a big pile of money every single day, you're going to lose it.
Yep, 100%, bro. Oh, 100%. Can't be hitting for them home runs, man. Just bunt. Get on base. I'll take a bunt, you know?
Dude, if you keep bunting, you're going to have the bases loaded. And when that base is loaded, then that's what yesterday was for me. You know, the bases were loaded. Bam! I knew it. The market was up 500 points. The Nasdaq was. I knew with everything going on, I'm looking at the resistance. It's just not going to. Could it have pushed up even higher? Yes, but we knew it wasn't. Everybody knew that market was yesterday was overheated, and look what it did. You know, you got to go. What is the best chance of it? Is it going to run 4% yesterday? There wasn't enough news, and people were going, well, there wasn't news for it to fall apart. There was. If you follow Josh, I guarantee you, I didn't listen to him yesterday because I can't. I'm working. He put a resistant line yesterday. At some point in time, there was a resistant line. It failed. It was a short. It was an easy short to be had. But if you're working all day, you don't know that. So you got to have it done in the morning. Just maybe 20, 30 minutes in the morning and get up. If you got to get up 30 minutes early, get up 30 minutes earlier than you are. This is a job to make you money. That's why you got to look at the stock market. You don't want to pay to be in the stock market. You want it to pay you.
Yep. Yes, sir. And let the trades come to you.
That's what you got to do.
I would say earlier, you know, a good bet on gambling in sports. Let's go Razorbacks lose every game here on out. We could bet on the Razorbacks to lose.
Let me tell you, you know, I saw something yesterday. This lady's talking to her husband, and she said, you know, for the last 30 years, this has happened. What would you do? And for the last 30 years, this happens. And the guy goes, well, I'd put all my money on it. And she goes, well, I'm a Cowboys fan. She goes, well, the Cowboys hadn't made it to the Super Bowl in the last 30 years. You know, so what she was basically saying, for the last 30 years, they ain't made it. They're not going to make it this year. Why do you keep saying it's this year?
Yeah.
And that's the way people in the market got to look at it. The stocks don't go up every day. They don't go down every day. You got to pick your spots. You got to be patient. You got to let the trade come to you, because you get caught in that chop and you're working, it's going to move the wrong way, and your stop loss is going to hit, and the next day it's going to do the same thing. You know, the most important part is find that range, get a great entry point, be patient, be disciplined. Don't just fly around the market because something's moving, somebody alerted something to you, you want to follow it. When you get alerted by somebody else and it's the wrong alert or bad entry, you're gonna exit out as a loss because you don't feel confident in that trade. I knew yesterday that MU was falling. I was confident, but that was my call. That wasn't Josh's call. That wasn't anybody's call. His job is to teach you how to make your own calls. Because if you just followed him all day, yeah, you could be a winner, but you're just waiting on Josh all day long. And that's not going to work. You got to put the education in. You got to do the research. You got to put the time in. And you got to be disciplined. And you'll believe in yourself. And you'll be a profitable trader. I promise you, you can be a profitable trader working full time, have a family, be a good family man. You just got to carve out some time for what you want to do. You can't always be in the market, and you can't always be in it every day, and make a decision. But you can't be 100% right all the time. So when you're losing a trade, don't hope and pray. Get out of that damn trade. Take the loss. Realize that you're wrong, and there's another day to live.
Love it. Love it. We can get in on that right there. That's a beautiful little note right there. It's like a from the book of Zip Dog 501. Oh man, from the man himself. So, you know what we talked about this yesterday. We'll end with this then on the TTP stream. What are you most thankful for in your stock trading journey?
The education. It keeps me in the loop of what's going on in the financial world. If I wasn't stock trading, I wouldn't know what a rate cut was, when it's coming. I'm thankful for the confidence to be able to make some extra money, that I can move into long-term investing, because at the end of the day, long-term investing is where you need to be at. And it affords me some extra money. You know, if I make 3 grand a month, you know, that's my house payment. I'm not living in. I got bills. I got grown man bills. I got a family to feed. I do have a high level job that I make good money at, but you know, a little extra money here and there, you know, pay my house payment for the month off stock trading. Let me tell you what, that's a good ass feeling. And you know, as a natural leader, I try to lead some people into this direction, you know, more in the investing side. Not a lot of people feel comfortable with options. Not a lot of people feel comfortable with trading, but over time it can afford you some extra money. And then maybe one day, you know, I can do it full time. But, you know, right now I got a big family and I got some big boy bills, but you know, there's no better feeling like I had yesterday. I had a cheer bill come up. It's $545 just out of nowhere for these uniforms. I made $900. You know, I go to church. I'm a big Christian, and I felt like God blessed me. You know, I'm leading people every day in the right direction. God blessed me in the market yesterday. Why do I want to just keep firing at the market? I made $900 on yesterday. I started my account 4,000. I ended the day. I sent him a message. It's like 4,900. This morning, once my trade settled, I'm gonna pull another $900 out. I'm gonna go pay that cheer bill, and I felt like God blessed me through the market to be able to do that. I got a bill that came up. Boom. Market did good for me yesterday, and I'm gonna go pay it. I'm not just gonna leave it in my account just to lose it. I'm gonna go pay a bill with it, and let me tell you, that's what I'm thankful for.
Love it. And what's your one go-to for Thanksgiving? What do you got to have on Thanksgiving Day? You know, is it the sweet potato casserole? Is it the stuffing? What do you got? You got to have it every year.
Oh, we're Southern. I'm a side guy.
Yeah, I'm a side guy too. Yeah.
You got to be certified to make mac and cheese for Thanksgiving. I'm certified mac and cheese maker. Nobody's allowed to make it typically around our family. I make the mac and cheese, but you know, my grandma raised me for most of my life, and my aunt. And let me tell you what, a broccoli cheese casserole, because I don't know how to make it. I'm sure I can look it up, and it's probably pretty easy. Give me some broccoli cheese casserole and some green bean bundles.
Oh, I love. Hey, last year Aunt Vicky made some green bean bundles, bro. Those are good. Those are good
Hey,
right there.
fire.
Hey, you little bit of bacon wrapped around, bro. I'm telling you right now. Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's funny how us in the South, we love our sides. We got to have like 8 sides to go with that turkey.
That's right. Plate folding over. I'm getting after it.
Yeah. I'm a ham. It's funny. I'm the person that does the mac and cheese too. You got to be certified to get that melting the cheese down. I do a white truffle mac and cheese. So what mac and cheese do you like to do?
Man, I do a 5 cheese blend,
Love
you know,
it,
and
yeah.
I learned I can't let it fall apart. I've had it bust up on me one time, and it was all curdly, and I was like, oh my God, I'm fixing to get fired. So I went and I pulled some Velveeta down. But, you know, I like to shred my own cheese,
Yep.
make my roux,
Yep.
put it all together, bake it, put some breadcrumbs on it, and let's rock and roll.
That's what I do. Yeah, same thing. I do white, of course, because I do the white truffle oil in there, and so you get that little. Avery loves that white truffle.
Oh,
Yeah.
I usually fire up 2 pounds of bacon, crumble that on top of it when it's all done, you know.
Oh, man. Dang. Hey, I'm already getting hungry, brother, man. It's too early for me doing this. I usually talk food about 2 hours from now.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. You know, I talked a lot today about, you know, entry and exit. So let's look today real quick. I'm going to tell you where my mind's at. It's 8:41. Market's open. NASDAQ is up a little bit after a nasty day yesterday. You going to get caught in the chop today, or you going to be smart and let the trade come to you? Today's a scary day. You know, you had a huge drop. You had a big up yesterday. You had a big down. Now, you know, I follow the NASDAQ more than anything because I option trade tech stocks. So you go, because that's where the liquidity is. You're looking in here and you go, what's it going to do today? It's up, it's down, it's up, it's down. It's in a range right now. There's no good entry point right now, in my opinion. You know there's a good entry, but for me, with the amount of time I've had this morning, I gotta look for a true direction today. You know, is it making lower highs? Maybe. You know, you're looking at it. It's trying to make lower highs, but it looks like it's maybe making lower evens. It's hit a resistance point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times here this morning. You know, what's it going to do? You going to jump in that chop, or you going to wait and be patient for the level? you got to wait and be patient for the level if you're doing what I'm doing.
Yep.
You know, you can't just jump in it because you want to be in it.
And that's what almost every trader does anyway. I mean, if small cap, large cap, trading shares, options, they just feel like they have to be doing something. I'm here. I'm at the market. I got to be trading. Like, no, you don't. Just wait for the trades to come to you, and then that's when your trades are more successful, as you've talked about.
That's right.
All right, brother. We'll go slay some cars. Go move them around. How about this? What's your number one selling car when it comes wintertime? I'm going Dodge Ram, but I don't know what is it.
Well, they don't make Dodge Rams anymore. They make Rams because for some reason they took the Dodge away and put it into the Ram category. Not correcting you. Not
Really? Are you kidding me? When did they do that?
But it's a Ram. They did that back in, I think, 1819. I'm not sure the year. But, you know, we're Southern. We're in Arkansas. Man, we sell a lot of trucks. For some reason, everybody wants a four-wheel drive for the one time it's going to snow here in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Yeah.
But we're going to fire off trucks. We're going to fire off Jeeps. Jeep has a good brand. So 2 Grand Cherokees yesterday. Obviously, you have one. And Wranglers right now are a good sell. But Ram is our brand. You know, Ram carries us down the road every day. And Jeep is right there with it. And, you know, as much as I love stocks, I mean, my guys, you know, they look at me every day. My sales manager go, what the heck? What are you doing? I said, man, hold on just 1 second, man. This thing's moving in my direction. Boy, we rocking and rolling. Give me 5 minutes. If you got to run to the bathroom and sit on the shitter for 5 minutes, you know, to watch this trade because it's on a hairy line, you know, walk outside. I don't smoke, but, you know, just walk outside. Spend that 5 minutes when that trade's really rolling your way. Start putting your levels in, your profits, your stop losses. Get all that set. And then set your alerts and then roll out and take that profit. Sometimes I got to roll off and just really pay attention to what's going on for 5 or 10 minutes of my day because I'm not just setting it like Ronco and forgetting it. I mean, there's some education and there's some precision in what I do every day. And that's what you got to do sometimes, man. That's like yesterday, that market flipped on a script.
Yeah.
And it flipped hard and it flipped fast. You know, it might take a week for a stock to go up $12, and it takes 20 minutes for it to go down $12. And that's why I say you got to have your alerts in there. You got to have your losses in there because Trump could tweet, Russia could shoot a bomb. I mean, this market right now is there's so much movement and volatility. You can make a lot of money, but you can lose a lot of money. Right now, I love it when it's volatile like this. Chop City's terrible for me. I can't. Chop City just don't work. But with these huge movements like it is, man, just find that range and pop them. It's not easy. But it is. It is easy if you got the levels in there and you listen to Josh and you stay disciplined. It's not super easy, but it's easy for what we're trying to do. You know, we're not buying 100,000 shares and moving millions of dollars. I'm moving $4,000 or $5,000 in some options. I'm trying to make 20% and be done for the day.
Love it, brother. Well, I'll talk to you soon. You know, I'll be talking to you, I'm sure, later today. I appreciate you coming on here and talking to everyone because, like I said, there's probably half the people I work with have a day job. You know, I'm sure at least half of them, if not maybe.
Selfless plug here.
Go ahead.
All right. So I'm at Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram store in Little Rock, Arkansas. You can go to FletcherDeals.com. You can look at my inventory. Damn car guys are terrible. But I can deliver anywhere. If anybody wants a steal of a deal, a convenience buy, you want to buy a car, I got you. I'll deliver it to you. We'll work a deal over the phone. So go to FletcherDeals.com. Tell them you want to work a deal with Zippy. I'm the general manager, man. I'll make you a smoking deal and I'll hook you up.
He will.
It doesn't matter where you live at. I got you.
Hey, listen, as many Jeeps I've gotten from this man, and of course anything else that people do, he will definitely hook him. There's a great owner too. Frank's the owner of the place, of course. That's the Fletcher man. But yeah, knowing the general manager, that definitely will help you out. So hey, plug away all you want, my man. You sell good cars, and yeah, you can ship them all over. And that's how I just got my last BMW, you know, from Ohio. It was, you know, shipped to me. So it's just kind of crazy. That's the world we live in now. You don't have to actually be at the dealership to actually get a car. Love it, my man. Yeah, post your website. All right, so hold on. Let's post a website. Aussie chick girl. She's from Australia. She says, hey, Fletcher, what you call it?
Deals.com.
There it is, FletcherDeals.com. Love it there. Okay, Fletcher. I was making sure I was typing it in right. Yeah, I'll put it out there for everyone.
Man, I'll tell you what, you know, the community that you lead, because you're the leader of the community, you know, Josh does a great job. He's probably the most disciplined person I've ever met when it comes to stocks, and that's over time. I've known Josh for a long time. I admire him. You know, he does it for a living. He takes it serious. He's not throwing his money away. I mean, this is his paycheck. His paycheck's to teach y'all how to win, because if y'all all lose, you're going to leave. You know, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. I keep losing all my money. But even if you've lost in the last 6 months, 3 months, a couple of days, you know that you probably made a bad decision. And if you make, it's just like in the car business. We keep doing the same wrong thing, we're going to get the same wrong damn result. Yeah, we might get lucky here and there, but, you know, overall, I'm a failure, you know, because I'm not changing what I'm supposed to be doing.
Right.
I know Josh is teaching y'all the right way. Just get out of the FOMO. You're not going to get AMC made me rich overnight in my stock trading portfolio. You know, you go from 10, 20 grand to $80,000 overnight. You think you can do it, and you can do that. The key is minimizing your risk for the day that it does happen. You make an obscene call, bam. I mean, it just flies up, man, and it halts, and it keeps going higher, and your account is just rolling in the zeros, man. You make the perfect call. You're never going to be there if you nickel and dime your way out of the stock market.
Yeah. Yep. 100%, bro. 100%.
So hopefully everybody does good today. Don't get caught up in the chop. Don't get caught up in, I'm always right. The market, you know, it's not going to continue to move up, because today it can fly up. You don't know. It can fly down. Nobody knows. You just know what your resistance and your support lines are. You follow those, and you follow your education of trading, minimize your risk. And when it starts moving your direction, double down. You know, if you're going to buy the dip, buy the rip, as I call it. Whether it's ripping up or down, that's one thing that I learned, you know.
Yeah.
Don't go in with 5 contracts, go in with 1.
Yeah.
And then if it moves your direction, get your number 2. And then it keeps rolling, get you number 3. And then get your number 4. And then when it really moves that quick spike in your direction, get the hell out of there, because it's going to go the other way for a minute, you know, after that. It's just not going to continue to always go the way you want it to go. Take that profit and be done.
And also, let's get let's see, Jay Webb in chat says he wants an SRT Hellcat Durango one day when he gets all this stock trading down, so he'll be coming to you to get that. Are they still producing those, or are they finally done?
So it just came back, you know, with the administration we had, we couldn't, EPA, we were just tearing it up with Hellcats and Hemis and 6.4s. I mean, that's what we're known for. We're known for horsepower, big motors, V8s, and we were just buying a lot of small pollution credits and EPA credits from Tesla, and they finally said, we ain't doing that shit no more.
Yeah.
And now that Tim Kuniskis, if you know what SRT is, that's SRT, man, right there. You know, he is SRT. He's back in Dodge, and he's running Dodge, Ram, and Jeep. They brought him back. They got rid of that European CEO that did real good during COVID. But, you know, just like in stock trading, if you bought in COVID, by God, if you made money if you held, okay? You just happened. I mean, they went green every day for, you know, forever until that market came back up. And that's what our CEO did. He didn't pivot. You know, he stayed with the wrong stuff. Now it cost him his job. We got Tim Kuniskis back. SRT Hellcat Durango just got teased. We can start ordering those very soon. So they're back.
Okay. Well, how about this? The 392 Final Edition Jeep Wrangler.
I don't want to talk about it because I hurt your feelings. So they opened up 392 Jeep Wranglers yesterday.
Yesterday, was it?
Maybe about a week ago. Dude, they're 90 grand. You know, it's not what you have. They got a Moab edition, and they came back out with it.
So, but mine still is going to have stuff essentially that the other ones will never have. It'll kind of have like little cool things essentially that others won't have essentially.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, you have a final edition. I mean, it's a numbered rig, but they are going to come back out with the big motor for the Wrangler. Tim Kuniskis is back. I mean, you know, when you brought him back, you knew the V8s were coming back. Guys, if y'all are Mopar people, look up Tim Kuniskis is on YouTube. He cusses. He's all about horsepower. He's all about big motors. He's all about it.
Yeah.
And that's who's running our company right now. That's our leader. And he's going to lead us back into the promised land because the last couple of years, you know, We got rid of all of our affordable stuff. We just made a bunch of expensive stuff. We switched to Hurricane motors, which is a great motor, but we lost that allure that Mopar had.
Yeah. What about the Jeep Grand Cherokee? You think they're going to do the Trackhawk ever again?
I don't know. We on the 26s are coming out. We got 3.6 V6 right now. They're coming out with a Hurricane motor for that. It's supposed to have more horsepower, more torque, better fuel mileage. But I'm waiting for them to put the V8 back in it because let me tell you, that's a bad ride.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not a big Durango guy. No, it's still. I want that though. I will.
Oh, look what I'm driving today. I can afford. I work at a car dealership. I can drive anything I want. How do I flip this camera? Well, I can't flip the camera. I'm driving a Durango today. Don't be talking bad about the Durango.
I'm a Jeep guy. I'm a Jeep guy. I can't help it.
So I'll tell you guys real quick, funny story, and then I'll get off here. I'm loading up my news for my stock market. I dropped both my kids off. I grab my phone. I load my YouTube up. I'm going to just understand what the trend of the day is. I mean, we're in it. We're day traders. It doesn't matter what happened yesterday. It matters what happens today, and that's what you got to realize. Yesterday matters, but today could be a different day. You never know. You just don't know what news is going to come out, what tweet's going to come out. I pick up my phone. I'm loading up my YouTube. I'm going to listen to the levels. I'm going to listen to the trend, what the market's doing. I look up and there's a damn trash can right in front of me. I just obliterate it, knock my headlight out. I didn't do too much damage to my truck, but I'm waiting on a headlight, so I'm driving a couple different vehicles every day. And that's what I do, man. On the way to work, I load it up. I listen to it on my phone, and I pull up to work a little bit early. I set my levels and set my indicators and set some alerts, and I go in there and fire up a team. I lead 88 people a day. Nobody can say they're busier than me and they can't stock trade on a daily. Yep. You can find time to do it. It's just, do you want to put the effort and the work in?
There you go. My man, appreciate it. Good knowledge, good advice. Everyone's loving you here in chat, my man. So get you inside there. I'll see you soon, my man. Get out of that beautiful Durango. Go hit up my man.
Let me tell you, the Durango's not bad. That one's $38,000 brand new. Not a bad ride. Yeah. It's affordable in today's market. But, man, when y'all get a win, take the money out of your account, whether it's $50, $100. Go buy you some lunch. If you made $50 a day, which seems easy, I mean, that's your lunch every day and your dinner or your gas to work.
Yeah.
Not everybody's got a $100,000 account, $500,000 account. Take that money and use it.
Yeah. Love it, brother. Have a good rest of your day out and have a good weekend. Thank you for joining. I'll talk to you soon, brother.
All right. Bye.
My man, I love him. Good friend of mine. Known him for a while now, but love him. Good guy, good trader, very busy man. Selfless, a family man, Christian, right? Trying to do all the right things in life, and is staying busy, And then he gets the stock trading under his belt. He's always kind of back and forth. I'd go in there and shoot the shit with the guys, and kind of go to the little office they have up front. Those dealerships where like the where the managers sit and they're at their little, at their little podium thing, or they're all running numbers all day long. They always have those, every dealership's a little bit different, but a lot of the Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram places, they're always like right up in the front. Like the Dallas Dodge place I went to had like a little place up in the front. It's like a little glassed off area that you can't really see. You have to walk through a door to get in it. It's kind of like off limits for a lot of people. You're kind of like scared to go in there. I just walk right up in that bitch. I was like, hey, you doing? But it was always a back and forth with him. He's doing good. He's lost, but then eventually you can tell he just got super consistent over time, so just want to get him on the stream so you guys understand that you can be super busy, have a 9 to 5 or like him, a 7 to 7, an 8 to 8, whatever it is that he's got to get into that more. And he's usually there about, minimum 10, 12 hours. Somewhere I say minimum 10, but it could be up to 12 hours in a day. He's there. That's a long time to be at a job, to be away from home, to be away from a computer setup, any of that kind of stuff. So the fact that he's gotten it down in the little bit of time that he's been able to study and learn, absolutely amazing. So I'll post that so you guys can go back and watch it over and over and over and over. But again, thank you, Zip, for joining today.
dangerous ticker. The Wild Wild West.
Into a charting lesson again, just a refreshed one. Same thing that I did a couple of years ago. I guess it was last summer now. You can go find those. I do have a charting part 1, part 2, part 3. We'll start with small caps, move over to large caps, and go from there. Do some mid caps as well. So the first thing, a lot of traders, we'll just go back to pre-market. Understanding that we're working with the multi-day runner here. CYPH was LPTX the other day. It was a name change, but Thinkorswim's already loaded up the chart for us here, and we can see past chart history. This used to be LPTX, but regardless. First thing you always want to do, typically either go to the daily chart. That's what a lot of traders are going to be using is the 1 year, 1 day. When you work with small cap traders, that's just what's taught. What trade you got to think about who small cap traders are. Every one of them is a retail trader. You don't have hedge funds or any of those people involved in these little tickers. It's all retail traders, 90% of them at least. So you got to think about what's taught then of the 90%. Well, we've gone throughout the years. We know what that is. It's usually the 1 year, 1 day. Now, to get a little extra detail, and I always talk this, no matter what it's called the 4-hour time frame. So you can really get a little bit more detail, maybe with after hours, especially here recently. But then a lot of the time there, if it's a play that's been running recently, 5-minute time frame is not bad. 15-minute time frame, which we'll get into with the large cap plays, which I use, isn't bad. Now, this is an ugly ticker, granted, but this is where you want to start using levels if it's been running for 3, 4, 5 days. Which we'll move into, like when you even get to plays like, say, ONDS, which has been moving here recently over the past week plus. You can go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame and work with it. Let's just go back real quickly to CYPH. And what you're looking for here is first using these levels, understanding that you have this 245, 255 resistance. That should be. That's why I don't like shorting the tops, because sometimes in that first push of the day, volume comes in and we can certainly surge past that. It does seem like when we get there later in the afternoon or morning even, you get a better rejection possibly. So what do you do, right? What's the next step? Well, 4-hour, the yearly, 1 day. The 4-hour really is not going to give you much information because it's been so long since we've even been in this time frame. So I would go to the 1 year, 1 day. Understanding that, again, there's that 250. There's where we got that from. There's where we kind of stopped at that the other day when this first started popping up. Now, over 250, what would be your next area? These floors like this, old support. So then you look at 275. And so over 275, I see another little sandwich area and a lot of consolidation right through this area. So we do have a huge channel here where we have a lot of resistance support right here around the $3 mark. You can see bam, 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 and support through there as well. So that's kind of your midline drop, so to speak, your mid area. When you have uptrend channels, you have trend lines, you have sideways consolidation. Like SPY recently on its uptrend, or even one the other day, I forgot what ticker it was. You'll have a uptrend channel, essentially you'll have an uptrend channel. Let's just go and show you an example here. You'll have an uptrend that's going like that, right? And it's bouncing on it. And then you'll have a top resistance line. And I always ask traders to put a top resistance line to the uptrend channel. And they always want to go and put in a horizontal line in. Now I'm talking about the vertical line that runs with it. And so you can see it kind of bouncing back and forth, right? In between. And then what you'll have a lot of the time built up in here, we'll just put about halfway through. I think it's about halfway through. You'll have like this middle one. And so then you'll have this beautiful channel to where it's going up, fails, come down, goes up, breaks through, goes up, bounces on it, goes up, bounces on it, comes back, bounces on it, whatever, and then breaks through, bounces on it, maybe breaks through that time, right? And so you can just kind of trade that channel overall. So pay attention to that, and you want your lines pretty horizontal. It's one thing I do love about trade ideas. I love about Trade the Pool and Thinkorswim. When you put these now, you just you can't unfortunately hover over it. There may be a way to edit it to where you can see the actual degree. But when you do put these in, as you can see here, it does show you the degree. Right there, it shows you the degree of angle of what these are at. Typically, you like to see them around the 20 to maybe at most around the 40. You don't want to be putting trend lines in that are up at the 50 and higher. Those channels just don't work as fluidly. Right here where I'm at, around that 20, this is perfect. 25, 20 degrees, 30 degrees. 15 is about as low as we get, somewhere around 10 to 15. So I'd say your channel, usually for uptrends, are usually from 10 degrees, that you're going to work consistently, are 10 degrees up to around the 40 degree mark. That usually even I'd say about 35 is getting about iffy, 35 to 40. My favorite is, I would say my favorites are 30, probably down to about 15. Those are usually my favorites, 30 to 15 degrees. So that just remember that little quick little degree of angles, which you guys need to be paying attention to, and how these trend lines, you want to look for very parallel lines on top of the fact you want to look for that mid. You might even form 2 or 3 in between there, besides just the 1. So on top of the levels up, so I see a floor here at 275. I see what I call a sandwich. Go look up my sandwich lesson. Support resistance zone back and forth, flip flopping back and forth at the $3 mark, and then I see some here at the top right around 350. So this is where I would go in and set lines in right about right there-ish. And then what I like to do is just come in for the day and see how well did these work out. Well, pretty fucking money, huh? I don't really remember the chart. I knew the top one was going to work out. I called that out in the live stream here earlier to take this short. And oh, so money my level was. I said I waited all morning for this 350 short. You know, I'll go over to the Discord and say CYPH waited all morning for this short. Called the top. 350. Let's see if it will be the top. All right. So, beautiful short up top. And again, where's it come back from? Now, look at these other lines we put in. Now, how beautiful is this old resistance line that becomes support here at 310. Now, wasn't true resistance on the way back up for a double top, but look at the bounce play on a line that you could have put in this morning in pre-market while this SOB was running and moving and popping up again, but not giving us much. You could have gone back in time into the 1 year, 1 day and found the bottom support here, found the midline drop, your sandwich, and found your top resistance. So your top bun, your bottom bun, and there's your meat and your love and all the glory inside. There's you a beautiful channel that you can then go trade today that you could have put those lines in pre-market and then came in today and then traded those lines. Resistance for fails. Bounce plays, back up. Bounce play, breakout, whatever you want to trade. Fail. That's how you put your lines in pre-market. Makes sense? Any questions real quickly? How do you get the trend line to move like that on a pivot point? Mine in TOS doesn't do that, and I have it manually adjusted. Well, once you click on and activate it, see, that's your pivot point. This becomes your pivot point. So all I have to do is just click on it, left click on it, and then I can just making sure this is all good. Does that make sense? So I just left click and it activates it. Now make sure too that you're on you're on this. I'm on the pointer. I use the pointer. A lot of people use the pan. I use the pointer. I've just got used to the pointer right away. It's what I like to use the most, is the pointer. That makes sense? The pointer. And this is what we would do. So let's just go back to this real quickly. The uptrend channel. I'm going to go back to this and get this in a little bit tighter. So that's how we chart pre-market. Any questions on how you chart pre-market for small cap plays? So let's just go over real quickly before we get into market to ONDS. What do we do on this that's been running recently? Well, ONDS, first off, what? It's moving in this area. So what I typically do is go to a 5-minute time frame and zoom out and go, okay, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. So I'll go to the 15-day, 15-minute and zoom out. And then I start to bring in some 840 corridor. So I see some high up here that I know I can really get a good short on. So what I'm doing in pre-market is marking out levels. And so I just come in and zoom in from right here as tight as I can. And I know I'm really good at seeing lines and levels. A lot of people are like, how do you see that all zoomed out? I've been doing this for so long like this. I have really good eyesight too. It helps. So what we do is we come in and start putting lines in where we have a lot of touches, right? I want to see a lot of touches. Boom, 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 right? Touches here even in pre-market. So I'm going through here with my crosshairs, essentially, right? And when I can just do this on Thinkorswim and just try to find boom, 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 right? Boom. Kind of boom, you know, it's kind of choppy through it, but you know, definitely in pre-market, boom, boom. All right, so then I'm just working my way up here, you know, working my way back to you, babe, with a burning love inside. Don't let it get away. Each and every day. There we go. How about that? Y'all like that one, huh? No, probably not. That's not great. This is where we start to go, at. Because now we start to run into an area that I'm not. So what I'm going to do is cancel that one, come in here to the 1 year, 1 day, and see if I see something sexier, or go back even to the 4 hour, possibly even. That gives me a little, still too much information above these lines, but we'll zoom in here. Yeah, see, there's just not a lot. You have to go all the way back here to 735, so we'll put one in here at 735. This will floor right through here. There's that, and it comes into there. And then what I'm going to do is put one in right there off of this 765 corridor. And then I want to zoom back in and see what we're doing today. Oh, dang, I didn't get the top, though. I didn't get the top. Didn't really work out anything through here. Didn't work out. This line's just absolutely stupid, and so is this one. You know, what you'd want to do is take this one because, shit, that worked pretty well, though, yesterday and this morning. This even worked out right through there. Hey. These worked out pretty nicely. It's not perfect, but that's kind of now turning into a sandwich. So does this make sense, guys? Both the line, anyone else that's out there listening, again, hopefully you are taking this, and I'll post this, probably this weekend. I'll, even maybe later today for you guys, the people that didn't want to join or they've moved on or they're just not here right now. This is what you want to do. Now we're going to move into market charting, but this is what you should do every day in pre-market. If you're trying to find levels, and then those are your levels. Got questions? Make sense? All right, we're good. So at this point in the day, it's not a painted picture. It's still it's not even lunch yet. Yeah, you're good. You're good. It's not even lunch yet. So you want to leave it in a 1 or a 3. You can go to a 5. I know CR likes the 5. You want to get comfortable in something. To me, I'm good here. Oh, there's where that kind of actually almost worked out. This is just an old trend line up. I'm going to get rid of that line. I know it kind of looks to work out today. That's just an old trend line. So I like the 3, though. It's been moving long enough for me to then just trade the 3. And so what I'd potentially do is add one extra line in. Now, if you want to throw one in at 780, you can. To me, try to stop looking and using so many lines. Let's just say if ONDS ends up running back on up here to 11, 12, right? I really need to go back to the 4 hour. So we start moving back here. Do you want to leave these lines in? I would say only leave the lines in if we stay here and we fail. So build lines up on the way up so you know which lines to trade on the way down. But if we break this and go, say, to 52 ECI, which I think that will be that, yeah, and this will be probably, just one of those extra plays. You're like, damn, I wish I would have got in this forever ago, and it's at 30 or 40, right? And we were looking at it anyway. Get rid of the lines. You need to be able to stop leaving so many lines in and leave them behind. That's kind of a saying I could have. Learn to leaving lines in, but learn to leave them behind. So leave them in till, we start breaking and, okay, we get up to here and then leave them all. And then you got lines to trade. This can be something you can go back to like Bothy or other traders, even the King line traders that need that extra confidence. And I can go back and trade this ticker because I know it and I know these levels and they're really working. You're in your early still ages of your trading journey so you're not that super successful. And I know I just got this and the confidence still does need to grow. The patience and the discipline still needs to grow. This is where this comes into play. So the point being, a quick snippet to this would be, once it breaks through this and it rolls through 12 and you're above 12 and now you're at 14, you're at 18, you don't need these lines in anymore. You probably won't see them, and if you do, it won't be for a very long time. And at that point, I don't know what traders are going to use some of those intermittent lines. They will not be used. Few of them will be. All right? Does that make sense? Learn to leave them in, and then learn at some point that you've got to leave them, just get rid of them. So whatever, say if we fail here, come back on down, and now we're floating around at 1 or 2. It's 3 months, 4 months from now, and we're down here. We're just, get rid of them. Get rid of them. It's kind of the same aspect there. Now, back to end market. The only other thing that you're going to start adding would be downtrends and trend lines. So you need to start coming in here, and this is where I like using the 1 minute time frame to get accurate upon where I need to have my trend lines at, right? So I'm going to come in here and go boom, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go boom, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go boom. Stop fucking trying to start shit from... Stop doing this. Stop. This doesn't work. No traders are doing this that are successful. There's a trend line. There's a trend line. There's a trend line. Stop. 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 If you're doing that, stop. Stop. Okay? It's not the true trend, right? Because I can't come in here and find a top uptrend channel to match it, right? Because here's my point. Here's the true uptrend. If we were going to put anything in here, would have been this little weird little head and shoulders, and then you would have started here and went up through there. Because then you could have a resistance line right there with shoulder to shoulders, right? Leave the head out of it. But then you could have like a little true uptrend right here. The point is, when I find these uptrends, and we'll go cancel left extension, leave that in, cancel right extension. Oh, no, not left. Oh, and right. Yeah, sure, whatever. Anyway, whatever. So when I come in here, what am I looking at? If this is the uptrend, this is the first uptrend that I really notice overall that's really starting to take shape. Here's why. I'm going to come in, I'm going to say it's about right here off this upper shadow. I'm going to form a parallel uptrend. We create a new overextended uptrend from the downtrend break. I'm going to start it off with this upper shadow. Watch how perfect this is. Now, I don't know. I wish I would have looked at the degree of angle here. And I think even if you activate it, it's not going to give us the angle anymore. But still, we'll just duplicate it, and I'll put one in here. This one is right at about 30.5. The resistance is 30. You know, it's close. It's kind of caving in a tad. But do you see how parallel the lines are there? Does this make sense now? Do you see what I'm saying? See how parallel? These are like fucking this, almost the same thing. And so this is where you want to come in and start doing that and finding those, and you can still trade in the 3-minute time frame. Now for candlestick confirmation, when these trends start working again, it's the best entries you're going to get for candlestick confirmations. One, if you're trading trend cracks, trend breaks, it's the 1-minute time frame. So this is where you would put line. Now you want to delete lines, right? So you don't need this downtrend line anymore. You don't need that uptrend. What you do want to leave in is this old uptrend. Why? A, it's the longest. It's got the most touches. Not even close. Fail, bounce, bounce, touch. You know, so that's what it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot there at 5. A lot at 6. I won't count 7, although I want to, but 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll call that even 11 because that did pop up. 12, 13, 14, right? That's a lot of touches. Most than any other trend today. And oh, damn, it just hit my eyes. Look at this. Right about right there. Look at that uptrend channel. And there's that little midline drop. There's that mid area that I talked about. Right? So that would be the lines that you trade there. This would be the lines. Right here. Does this make sense? Right? So you're going to see if we can reclaim this channel. If we do, now you know what lines we're going to trade. So you've got bounce areas, resistance areas. That's how you chart intraday. Right there on ONDS. Now real quickly back over to CYPH because it is moving a little bit more technically sound. Same thing. You're going to come in here and maybe add some extra lines. Old resistance equals new support. Boom, right? That would probably be about the only other line I add in for the day. Honestly, right there, that little sandwich area. A little touch to touch, wick to wick as I call it. Then you're going to come in here, like I just said, in the 1-minute time frame and find your uptrend channels. Because what you're going to see here is this a lot of the time. And we're going to see if maybe back over to ONDS if we don't do the same thing here. And if we don't come up and fail at the bottom, the old trend line up. I talk about this all the time. Old support becomes what? New resistance. So you go back over here to CYPH, is see how we come up, and that becomes a double whammy area for a great short. Not only we found it on past short history, but now we have that old uptrend too that's going to knock us back down. That says, oh, no, 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 no. You don't have that much bullish power. Not quite yet anyway. And then you're finding parallel trends usually a lot of the time in technical sound trade setups, tickers. It's not the exact same angle, but boy, oh, look how that one almost matched this. And then look, you're on a new one. That's also pretty darn similar, right? That needs to be a little bit down, right about right there. But you get my point. Those are all almost the same angle, or very close. Remember these things, guys. You got to start. This is it. This is all you would do. This is the only lines you would have in here for CYPH. These are your lines. Now you know resistance and support on the way up. Now over 350, that would be your main key question. That's awesome that I just thought about that myself. Okay, well, Josh, AK-47, what about over this? Well, you're just going back in time. You know, I usually go 5 years typically right out of the gate and then start zooming out from there. If I don't need all this, right, and that noise, I find the 5 noise that I could run into, kind of zoom in from here, seeing those fails at 5. So going back off of those levels because I don't need current. That's just going to give me too much charting and a bunch of blank space anyway. And then I start finding lines here, and where do we have touches? So I just start coming in here and doing the same thing in the past. So we have a lot here, even all the way back at 350. Then I'd say right here's the next level. Really strong, and look what we're running into. That's right where my line's at today. It is at 360, right? So there you go. That's beautiful. And then you come in here and keep adding more lines. I don't like one singularity upper shadow. It might fail, it might not. I really like this area, you know, when you find a 380 into, you know, which one I won't put 2 there. What we'll do is so you can see 380, 395. So I kind of like split the difference there. Right click, edit properties, make that a fat guy, and then boom. Know that area is just going to be really strong. Could really do the same here with this guy, and we'll go ahead and mark that as a thick guy because of all the touches. And then over that, then you're coming up to this next, but that consolidation zone right here at 420, you can see a lot of upper shadows. And if I extend that back to the left, which I can see it already, but I'll do it for you guys, boom, almost runs into this upper shadow and the little wick bounce there. And then, of course, then the main guy, this is the main nasty, holy Petrolies. If this could ever get the 480 into 5, holy Matroli towns. And that's it. And that would be not only how you trade from pre-market. When you come in, find your levels. We just even found more levels you can find in pre-market to trade. And then you come in here on the intraday and you can see how those levels have worked out like a gemstone for you. And you could just trade those levels. And now all you got to do is come in here and find your downtrend lines, which I didn't put any more downtrend lines. Sorry, I forgot to put more extra downtrend lines in on this play. Again, too steep of an angle, wouldn't put it in. This is the one decent downtrend I do see right through there. And, you know, good, you know, decent angle. All these are, now you can put them in, but these are more when you go like a 5-minute time frame. Those just end up being really tight bull flags, right? There's no real, that you can see is an actual trend that was built in, a downtrend, a trend team. Don't forget, when you're saying trend line or downtrend, you are saying a trend. This is not a trend, that is a reversal, okay? Remember that. And please stop again, for the love of Almighty Jesus, trying to put every trend line starting from the freaking bottom. There's a trend line. 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 Stop. Stop it. Stop. Give me that chicken sandwich. Give me the waffle fries. Stop doing that. Stop. Say, give me my chicken sandwich. Give me my waffle fries. All right. Stop doing that. There's your down trend. And that's how you put lines in. Whoa, nasty sell off. And 350. We gonna get high of day. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Come on, be high of day. Yes, 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 yes. Nice, 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 nice. Good sell off there. Let's see here. Let me quickly. Are you on the live stream? I'll type it out to you. Parad. How do you say that? Paradigm. How the fuck do you say that word? But are you on the live stream? Let's see, how close to resistance or support would you look to enter or exit a trade? Let's see how much room to breathe, scale in and out. Are you on the live stream right now, Para? Are you on the live stream? Let me just know. Let me know. If so, then yeah, I'll answer that. Paradigm. Okay, cool. Gosh, damn, that one. That's a hard one there. I'm like, what's the silent G? It's killing me. I hate silent letters. Oh, they're so stupid. I don't get them. Oh, Skeptic Stoic. What's up, brother? I know exactly who you are. It makes sense. Okay, cool. So real quickly, just to reread the word. Not his name, but reread the question. How close to resistance or support would you look to enter or exit a trade? How much breathing room, you know, scale in and out. So 2 things. If bounce plays and reversals, right? So first, for both, minimum to me needs to be about 30 to 50 cents. Now, it depends on the mover. If we're looking at a stock that's, let me go find one real quickly. If we're looking at a stock that's like, what was a sub $1 play that's run here recently? That was IVVD a sub $1 play. What was one that was sub $1? Gee golly, I know this play wasn't it? I think maybe, yeah. Well, it's sub $1. My point being, if you have a play paradigm, skeptic, stoic, that is, say, going from, let's just go down here, and I'll just zoom into like right here. You know, like, well, not even that. Right here's good. And and you're going from, whoa, way too much space, Joshua. Somewhere right about right here, right? And you're working with a play that's going from like 70 cents to $1.20. Well, it's not happening. So 20 cents, right? And I've talked about this. So a play that's around, because typically, let's just say my crowd, my demo that you guys are listening are trading right around $1, right? So right around right here is the starting ground of what you're looking at in trading, usually, generally, most of the time. So with 75 cents to 125 area, you're looking for a minimum 10 to 15 cents, boss. 10 to 15 cents, maybe 20 cents is good. Then once you start moving up to this area right through here, and now you're trading like $1 to $2 range, give me 25 to 30 cents. And then when you start moving into the $2 to $5 range, you know, kind of where we're getting to now, give me minimum 30 cents, but possibly give me, 50 cents. It just depends on what we're setting up. How you always think about this, we always talk about how big was each reversal. So the reversal here is 260 down to 225. So we're going to give that, we'll call it really 265, right? So we'll call it 40 cents. So now I know I'm working with 40 cent pullbacks, 40 cent reversals, 40 cent bounce plays. So how far does the bounce play go? Well, that would be my target. So same thing for the next reversal we're looking for short up top, 285, 290 we'll call it really, or whatever. Then we go down to 250. So now we have a 30 cent reversal. So okay, we're working in the same area. Then same thing again here, 310 down to 270, 40 cent reversal. So typically you want to look at that too as well, depending on when you've entered the trade, right? If it's way early on in the morning, you may not get a good tell of the tape because a play like this didn't really get to moving until in market. Sometimes in pre-market, a lot of our plays we're looking at them for 2, 3, 4 hours, and I don't really need to worry about, I don't need to worry about, which I'm going to get into one extra little thing on small caps before I move on, which would be charting pre-market. After a certain amount of, depends on when you come in, which I'm going to get into that. But say a play's been moving from, say, in pre-market from 170 to 350. Well, now it's going to show you that. Like, say, if it's moved this much and moved all around, moved for 2-3 hours in pre-market, now you can generally just use that chart and then, also tell yourself what's the tail of the tape. How big are each reversal is going to be. But for me and myself, again, usually like a play, I want to go with the same. I want to see, old resistance equals new support at 275. Well, I know this play needs to go up about 40 cents for me to get a good bounce play. So 275, it goes to 310. Now I feel safe for it to come back down to bounce off my area. Voila, for the, boom. Same thing here. Goes, 320 break, blah, 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 or I want to bounce play around 310 to 320. I like this resistance area. Past history, you saw this too, as well as I did. Have your line in there already. Okay, give me 40 cents, minimum 40 cents. Well, we break out. We'll call the top area 320. To 355, right? So 35 cents, especially from here, definitely is 40 cents. Voila. Wait for the 40 cent pullback, and then you get your bounce play. Trying to hold this shit yet again on another 40 cent pullback. 340 down to 3. So does that make sense? Skeptic, Stoic, Paradigm, also King Lion, everyone else out there listening, and hopefully everyone that's going to be listening to this future right now, whether it's December the 1st, the 21st of November, whenever you're watching this. That's what I'm always looking for. Make it make sense. Like I always say, build me the chart. Show me the chart. Look at this, fucking perfect. Now we're about to be a 40 cent bounce play. This chart's running technically sound. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I'll build a technically sound chart where you can get a lot of different. I hate this because I want 350 to be the high of day. But yes, that's what I'm always looking for. Look at the bounce, and so always look at the reversals. The other thing I want to show you is coming in to chart in pre-market. I'm going to have to go back and find something that's moved here. Already 30 minutes into this. So this is a small cap part 1. Maybe I'll make this 2 parts, and this is going to be small caps. So I think I'll do that. I'll do small caps right now. We'll take a break. I'll come back and do large caps this afternoon because I don't want to make this too long-winded. So let me go to my morning alerts. This will be the last part of the small caps and how to chart, how to trade them. Well, not how to chart or trade them, how to chart. I could go to how to trade them in so many different ways. I did bring up ways how to trade them, right? Downtrend break, waiting for candlestick confirmation, trend lines, how to put them in. So a lot of different ways how to trade them. A lot of new ideas may be brought up, right? How big the pullbacks are going to be, how big the bounce plays are. Now you know when you're taking a trade, quick home run hitting it. You see that bounce plays are 30, 40 cents. You see reversals 30, 40 cents. You need to be out half or 3/4 at that 30, 40 cent mark. And what you need to be doing to break down, and let's just go to it. Let's go to GLTO. Let's go to GLTO here. Let's go to GLTO. Didn't do anything today. Was hoping maybe it possibly would. Did not. All right, let's go to GLTO. So in GLTO, there's stocks that have already been running. I know, and this isn't the greatest of examples, but it's a decent one. But say you're not always up at 3, 4, 5 o'clock. Regardless if you are, and we are now at 7 o'clock. When I come in, because most days when I come in, I'm not a super early pre-market trader, although right now that's where a lot of the spikes and the moves are happening earlier than they used to be. Used to be, because you can see I'm Central Time Zone, right? So used to be they were from most of the time in most of my journey right around this PR release 7, 7:30, and 8. Those were the big PR times, right? So Eastern Time Zone would be 8, 8:30, and 9. That's when all the action was, the spikes were, the reversals were, the shorts were finally happening then, even if they were running a little bit before that. But now a lot of the spikes in the movement are happening 3, 4, 5, 6 in the morning locally for me. Point being, when I come in at 7 o'clock, I literally just start using the charting at hand. I don't go back in time. There's no reason to go back in time, and I'll show you why here, and I'll put levels in, even on this kind of the chaotic mover, on how you can just trade. And here's one line up top already, but let me just go in and put some more extra lines in here, and we'll see how these lines work out over the next foreseeable future and for the weeks to come. The days to come, whatever. Maybe even weeks to come. But boom, into that level. Already got the line in right here, the yellow line. We got a little new. I got the trend line. That's the trend line right here. That line right here is the uptrend channel. So those would be the lines that I could say possibly I could look to trade, right? Those are kind of my areas if I work into market that I would look to be trading at resistance level. Of course, if you want to, have this top green line in, but then we can just see here, once we get into market, how those lines start to work out. Now, they're not perfect, no, and there are some new lines that get created in, which I'd say you want to put a new line in here right out of this second bounce, right off of that second bounce, because now we have a bounce, and now we have a bounce, and now we have resistance there, right? So that's sexy. This line ends up being pretty darn good, pretty damn good. The only lines you're going to start adding in trend lines. And yes, I would start with the base here for sure and work into that and realize it's kind of a choppier chart, but there's your uptrend and the uptrend crack. You could start it, at a better point if you want to, but I'd say somewhere right around there is your uptrend. Whoopsie, I didn't want to do that. Come on. I want to do this. Right about there. And like I said, if you want to lower that, whatever. Obviously, now as a painted picture, you certainly would. But I'm saying early on, you might have that a little too tight. Moving forward here, if you want to put an extra line in, we'll go one more line in right here because you don't want to do too many lines. You don't want too many lines close to one another. You just want the lines that are working out that you can trade, that have profitability zones. So if I crack 20, and that's $1 away. That's good, right? So now we can just roll through here for the day, and we can see how these lines that we put in pre-market are working out in market. And now we can go to after hours, right? Now, again, extra lines that you would be putting in. You obviously, I don't want to keep doing that, but my point was going in here to pre-market. If the play has already been running, you don't need to go to past chart history. If you come in like I do, or you come in later in the day and you come in at an hour after the bell, use the chart at hand. That's what's being traded right now. The levels have been created. I get that, like, what, really? I'm like, yes, I don't go back and do I've had times where it's ugly. Always loved this story. It was like 3 days straight, or I remember it was about 3 days in a short amount of period. It was kind of like it is now. Maybe it had to have been 2021 into 2022, because I know it wasn't it was well, it had to have been 2020 and 2021 because there wasn't a lot of whatever reason I didn't come in until about an hour after the opening bell. I was probably being lazy because I was probably starting to kill it and just taking whatever. But I didn't come in until I remember it was about 9. It was around this time, about 9 to around 9:30, and there was just perfect, like not that we had one today, but it'd be like this trend line, a trend line that was formed from pre-market, running for about an hour. Like this back here, all the way. And I'm like, oh, guys, trend line crack below the VWAP. Wow, this is going to be a great. And it was like 3 days in a row. Come in, I got one, maybe it was 2 or 3 trades in about 15, 20 minutes and was done. Just killed it. So that's my point. You can come in and the chart's created. You don't have to go back and try to, let me go back on the 4 hour. No, it's right here. Because you can even then zoom out in the next days or even in Power Hour how these lines almost work out gorgeously. You don't have to go through every, if it's already been moving. Until we get above 26 is my point. Until we get above 26 or this low of day right here that we double bottom off of the next day that we can now put a line in, you can just sit back here and trade these levels. Maybe manipulate them a little bit if you need to. Okay, now I need to find levels over 25 and go back to past chart history here. We hit it a million times. Of course, it's going to break. Look how you can trade. Look at this thing. Look at that line. Look at that fail. Bouncing on it. This is from pre-market on Monday. Pre-market Monday levels that we find a couple more in market that now we can go back through here in the past week and look how those levels worked out like a charm later on. Look at the bounce play. Look at this. This is why now you add extra levels. Yes, true. I mean, I'm coming in here and seeing some of my eyes. I can't help but laser them on in, right? That's it. That's it. Quit making it so hard on yourself. Make it easier. Lines I found on Monday were usable. Recycle, reduce, reuse. Recycle, reduce, whatever that 3 thing was when we started doing the recycling in the 80s and the 90s. This is perfect. This is, again, why I love the chart, why I love teaching you guys the chart, why I've said forever ago I want to be the best charter ever. Or if not, and I have slowly gained this underground following, which is crazy, with Trade the Pool and that shout out, with some guy over in Europe and he, gave me all this love and now he's doing one-on-ones. Well, he's like the Europe version of me essentially. He hadn't been doing it as long, but he's doing stuff with TTP now. I was like, what? This is crazy. But that's what I wanted. I wanted this whole lore. Oh, you haven't heard of AK-47? Oh, damn. This is why. I hope this rings a bell with you guys, how to make it easy on yourself. Any last questions on the Discord, on the live stream? Reduce, reuse, and recycle them lines. Yeah, whatever it was. Yeah, something like that. I knew it. Any questions? Anything else from you guys? Good almost 40-minute long lesson right there in small caps. I'll do large caps later today. That'll be the afternoon. You got a paradigm. You got it. Anyone else on the Discord? Anyone else on the live stream here? Hopefully that helped out and rang a bell. That's what I've been doing since 2018. Every single day. Every day. This is where I come up with the lines and levels for you guys in pre-market. And let's go back to this. And I'm going to end this off real quickly. Where's it at now? Okay. All right. Well, I'll end on this to give a tease into the large caps. I want everyone to listen to this real quickly and what I said the SPY was going to do today. Put this over in the live stream. So I just talked about it too as well, in my opinion, on the Discord too as well. It's either 661 essentially for the SPY today. That is a guarantee, or back up to 674, the ultimate high of day. I feel we will get even higher than that normal high. I just did that just in case. But I feel... Boom. Called this out in pre-market before the opening bell, obviously. I was going to say how long. It was only 15 minutes before the opening bell today. That I said we'd either go down and hit that 660 mark, or we were flying right on back on up and going to 674. And I was getting 674 from this little big supply-demand zone. Sandwich area. Pivot point. It's either somewhere between right here to right there we were going to hit. Right here. That was going to happen. It was a done deal. If we went up today, we were going to hit it. This is where down the line when I see we're green. And the main thing for me would have been reclaiming 668, which it was kind of, and we can see that was key in the end because we claimed it and we kept holding it, although it got a little bit lower. But this little kind of fall off and drop in that juncture, And that gap fill, I knew if we got over that, we're gap filling to here. So there's already $1, which we pretty much were doing and hitting that almost. But I was like, if we do that, then we're filling it. We're going all the way back through this, and we're going to here. And now we're going to here, probably, for the day, most likely. But a call out in pre-market, and this is why I've been doing those morning alerts for years now, over 2 years, and I can give out levels before the opening bell, and they get hit. Just like going back to plays like today and ONDS, and these are lines from past chart history that you could then go in today and use that we found from previous charts. Or going over to plays like GLTO and lines that I put in on Monday or way back here were usable, which again, I didn't put a flat top in here around this. I put more of an up trend, but right around like right there, fail, whatever. But then you go back and you can rinse and reuse and repeat and recycle these lines. Find the best ones, adjust some, go in. Now you should know how to trade, not only how to find them in pre-market, or again, if you're here and you come in, or you're here and you come in, just put your lines in from pre-market. It's moved enough. This is the lines, these are the levels that traders are going to trade. And then you need to do your due diligence at the end of every single day, like I said, and when it's a painted picture, and come through here and put your trend lines in. Put your downtrend lines in. Put your trend lines in, right? Find your trend lines. Find your downtrend lines. Go through and put all those lines in like this. The more you're doing this, like say right now, I know this one spiked, but say this just dies off and it's here. So in this time frame, in that 30 minutes before it exploded, you could have had all the lines in, downtrend lines, trend lines, all these lines should have been in, and like, okay, cool. Here are the levels to trade. Every day do this. Pre-market, come in. Go back to past chart history if you need to. If not, chart the levels that are in front of you. Go back through at the end of the day when it's a painted picture, put your trend lines in, put your downtrend lines in. Find extra little lines that you could have traded, extra little areas and trades that were there that you missed while it was moving. It's only going to prepare your mind, your eyes, your brain, your trading psych for the next day, the next weeks, the next months, the next years. You got to do the homework. You have to do the homework. Let's see. FYI, I found out that if you click on existing trend line and go to move it, the angle shows up by ticker name. Okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. And then okay, I gotta look for it then. Other cousin, good stuff, man. Looking forward to my one-on-ones. Yes, sir. Yes, other cousin. We got a lot of that training to come. How would you play a trend line crack when the VWAP is sitting below, just below? Say if it, I just get in. I always trust the chart. But I mean, that's again like right now. If you're talking about CYPH, we'll go back over to it. We'll go to 3-minute time frame. Zoom back into today. But yeah, I take them. Like right here is a good example of why you just, not that this is a great trend line crack, but I'd say this is an uptrend channel that you could have put in. So I still take those. Now again, we're not in a market where trend line cracks are working. I used to say trend line, like I would alert it. I mean, how many? Oh God! I mean, I know a lot of you guys maybe hadn't been around for years, but 21, 22, 23, 24. If I said trend line crack, just trade it. I mean, it would just be close your eyes. Well, I'll be like, why? And that's, I see CR Trader getting that now every once in a while. It's like, well, I like when people take my trades. Because I would have had would be one banger after another. I mean, you could close your eyes, get in as soon as it candlestick confirm, and it was like this. You'd candlestick confirm, and it would just die off. And it was so easy to trade that you didn't have to worry about trying to top tick it. There's just no point. You just wait for the trend to crack and reverse down. So in the market conditions we're in now, I don't trade them. So right now I wouldn't take them. But in the market conditions that trend line cracks work, I'd just trade it. Once it cracks the uptrend, don't worry about too much of the VWAP. In my opinion, right? But it just depends on the play. This is not one you'd want to go trend line crack. There hasn't been. That's the thing too, which I teach a lot real quickly. Another quick little small snippet for small caps. If you haven't seen a trend line crack work today, what makes you think you're going to have one work all of a sudden at lunch? If you're looking for a breakout and everything, it just keeps failing at the thing. It keeps failing over and over throughout the day, and you're looking for it to. And I've seen that, especially back on the the TC days where, oh man, I want this back up to 350, and I'm like, dude, this keeps failing at 250. Like, it's got a long way to get back up to 350. And I'm like, what are you smoking? This is where I say find the trends within the trade. If the trends aren't there and they're not working, or they're just not there, you wouldn't want to trade that first one that showed up, a few hours into the market open. True, of course, you may have that first trend line crack, and then it works out and it's gorgeous, and that may be the killer of the day, but that's going to happen. But you usually would get multiple. Like even when we've traded mine before in the past, some are the first one, and sometimes it's the second one. But the first one I'd always trust because it was the market conditions that we'd see them, like in pre-market, like VWAP caught the play, and it would crack the VWAP, and it would just die right on off. And so right now, don't take trend line cracks. I just wouldn't. They're not a high win percentage. But when they are working and when they were working, you just take the trend line crack. I mean, I've talked about this on my trend line crack reversals here. Let's see if I don't have that lesson here. Oh, gosh. Maybe here on Candlestick Confirmation I have this. Possibly. Nah, I don't have it. This would be... this is not long enough or not enough. I don't know where my trend line crack. Shorting boot camp. Maybe this is it. That's day 3 and 4. That's day 3 and 4. I don't have trend line cracks on this one either, unfortunately. But when they were working, you didn't even have to worry about how if it was. I mean, you could go back, and as long as you found a trend line, it was like trade the trend crack. Because again, technical sound chart. So we were maybe on this this trend line that's been working forever. Well, it'd go up, go up, go up. Well, then it would crack. It would just go down, and go down. So yeah, just back in the day, you just didn't have to worry about it. So both of you right now just wouldn't be trading trend line cracks. They're just not working. But when they are working, you don't really have to worry about the VWAP most of the time. Now, it's something that I would say in a lot of tickers, be aware of it. I guess worry about it, yes, right? And know, especially if you maybe see it, which it did earlier, was maybe bouncing on it. But if you saw more bounces on it, then you definitely would worry about it. So that's always the key. Is it respecting the VWAP? If you take a trend line crack above the VWAP, do you exit at the VWAP and look for the next trade below, or hold through the move? Like I said, Paradigm, they're not working right now. If I could find I know I have them on my YouTube page, but I'll just kind of pull this up real quickly on my YouTube. I have these over on YouTube, and I'm just showing you, like, look when these things used to work. You're like, oh man, why don't these work anymore? I'm like, yeah, this made it really easy to trade. Let me tell you something right now. All right, so like, you can go back and watch. This is over on my YouTube, so you can go back over and watch this. I mean, look at this is AMC when AMC, and we remember how bullish this dumb stupid shit was. Trend crack, candlestick confirmation, right? Just comes, and let's just go through some of these other tickers here. I'm trying to find some, go through these here. There's an uptrend channel, right? Boom, crack, and of course you just continue on down. This is AMC in different time frames. Here, let's get to some more small cap. This is GameStop, actually. GameStop. Look at that. I mean, look at the perfect candlestick confirmation. You can see the uptrend channel. Top resistance line would be somewhere right around there. Your midline resistance somewhere right around there, right? And then crack. Look at it. Right? I mean, let's go to some small cap plays. Got the M-shaped trend line crack. Kind of wonkier, uglier chart even. Nothing for a trend line crack. And then when I take a trend line crack, like say if that's candlestick confirmation and that's my entry right here, well, my first exit is going to be at 950 to 945, somewhere in here. My second exit is going to be most likely a move through the VWAP into that 875 roll where we're bouncing here. So I take some of the top part of this channel and the bottom part of that channel, right? That's where I'd be taking, I don't know why I'm pressing play. I could just keep probably going through. Here we go. Jivo was their name-o. I remember this one. Candlestick. See, look how we're getting candlestick confirmation perfect here on a kind of a, again, bigger candles come in afterward. But look at that. Candlestick confirmation. Target 1 for me would be this juncture at 390. Second target for me would be probably the juncture here right around this resistance at 380 and the VWAP. And then my last juncture would be probably a move down to this 360 corridor. And of course, then but you can see how these work out. You could sit here in an entry at 411, 410. Look, for an hour. This is. Fuck short and tops. You can have 425 all you want. I'll take 412 and ride this out for days because of trend crack, right? That's where I missed these reversals. Pretty, volatile mid-cap play. Triple D, I remember this one. 2150, 22 up to 2850. Oh, who gives a fuck when a trend line crack shows up, right? Trend line crack, candlestick confirmation. You're in at 25.25, and you run this all the way down to 25 before you even reverse up. And still, even, you never go back to your entry over 40 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever it ends up being later. Let's just keep running through these, right? Let's go to candlestick confirmation here. Again, Beautiful uptrend channel. Get candlestick confirmation. Beautiful. This one that does kind of come up against you, but it does what it's supposed to. Fails at the old support line. And then the big candles of sell-off come in. Targets for me on this play. 640, 610, 615. And if I'm still holding shares because I've get to the point where I'm scaling out 3 targets, I probably would want to move down minimum. I say minimum, but probably somewhere to this 360 corridor. I don't know if that ENG got down to 360 or 560, but keep rolling through these here. There we go. Another one. And look at the candlestick confirmation. I remember taking this trade actually, ZOM. Gorgeous candlestick confirmation. It's right at the VWAP. This is what I would call watch for a trend line to VWAP crack. You get a great candlestick confirmation above the VWAP and it cracks through it. So when these are working, I don't give a fuck about the VWAP most of the time. And sometimes, yes, I'm taking it down to it, but I'm finding levels that we can bounce at. So we could bounce at 390. We could bounce at, anywhere between 390 and the 380. You've got to take profit in this area. Take profit somewhere in this area. 365, we'll call it into 360. That makes sense? Got it there, Bothy. Got it there, Paradigm. Makes sense? When these are working, these are working. One thing to do, go over to my Instagram, or what Instagram. Go over to my YouTube. Please, guys, go watch these.
It will come live at 40 after 17 seconds. EXPR express, it's halted down. 33 after 8 seconds, so if it's a 5-minute halt, it will come live at 38 after 8 seconds. Now, Fossil halted up though. Watch this though, since it did turn, everything's turning red. Be careful for Fossil.
I know, I'm almost done, Moose Caboose.
Halted up at 32 after 31 seconds. It will come live at 37 after 31 seconds. 32 after, no, 37 after.
Yeah, okay, cool. No, just make sure that makes sense. Want to make sure that makes sense. Want to make sure that makes sense. Wish I would have been trading 22. That looked, yeah. Yeah. Bro, 2020, 21, 22, 2019, 2018, 2019, 2020. I mean, I can go back to even my seminar. This is in 2022 as well. This is actually earlier in 2022, and it's, whatever, but regardless. Through that stretch, it was such clean charting. The charting was so clean. I'm going to get rid of these. There's no way we're getting back to these uptrend channels or that one. So I'm going to pull up why this is taking forever. Come on here. Oh, let me stop recording this.